convention and
We are live in Newfoundland, everybody, and we are holding the government accountable.
Anyway, so that's
All
my
of
rant.
Newfoundland has come together
I
to
hope
unite
people
against the government,
will
and we are going
take
live.
it upon themselves to realize that just being in agreement is not enough. We got to be the not the silent majority. We got to be the outspoken majority. I think most of us realize what's going on, but every one of us has to have a responsibility to do it for ourselves. You can't wait for someone else to fight your battles for you. You have to fight your battles for yourself. All right. And if there's any questions, I'll answer them. But I think I've spoken long enough. So, okay. Thank you very much.
Oh my God, I'm so short compared to all on the video. So just to kind of give you guys an update, throughout the day, we're going from sector to sector to sector. So right now we're in the medical sector. We're going to bring up some interesting, fabulous people to kind of tell you a little bit about what's going on with them. One of the biggest tragedies that's happened throughout the COVID-19 pandemic is we had the division part, right? But then there was also the part where people were becoming injured by this mRNA technology and their friends and family told them they were crazy, right? Oh, that's crazy. That's not happening. This is crazy. That's not happening. And they became an outcast. It's called cognitive dissonance, right? People don't want to hear that they've got something in their bodies that may affect them negatively or potentially result in death, right? So can you imagine what it's like? You're working, you're a professional in a hospital, you're doing really great things. You take a vaccine because you're an mRNA treatment that you're told that you have to take. Then you get injured. Then your workplace tells you you're crazy. Your friends tell you that you are crazy. The government doesn't acknowledge that you are damaged by this mRNA technology. So you start to lose your house and your income and your family and your friends simply because you were trying to do the right thing. That in itself is a tragedy. So we have a really amazing crew of people put together to share some very tragic and dear stories about what they've been through. We call them silent survivors. They came all the way from Ontario to inform you on how to be able to find your network and find your tribe, accurate information. And I'm going to bring up Coleen Brandshe. Where's Coleen?
It's just down there. It's just down there.
Oh, Colleen's coming. So Coleen was a nurse who has been a warrior, and I mean a full-on warrior for this country, sharing her story and trying to encourage others to not be afraid to speak out and say, I think something's going on with my body. You know, we shouldn't have to be afraid of these things. Where'd she go? So everybody, this is Coleen. She is one of the silent survivors, came to you all the way from Ontario to share her story.
I apologize for my voice. So, anyway, I'm just going to start with Dallas was actually going to be reading my injuries because I have so many. But I've been a nurse for 30 years and trusted the system. Unfortunately, I ended up severely injured, had a stroke. Dallas, I guess I'll get you to read my injuries after wherever you are.
Right here, yeah.
Because I have so many. But, and I'm super nervous, so I gotta forget stuff. I wasn't the only one that was affected. My husband died from it. He thought that I was crazy. I was a conspiracy theorist. My youngest son, the same. For the last 4 years, there was a lot of battles in my house because I was crazy. Yet I had gone blind in my right eye. I had pericarditis. I had mottled legs. I had so many big foot neuropathies, vocal cord paralysis, and to the point where they were going to put a trach in me, a tracheotomy. But I was crazy. I tried to warn my husband because he had cancer, and they had cured the cancer. And I said to him, please, please, I'll give you all the research. Trust me, don't take the booster. He waved his hand at me, told me he didn't want to hear about it. He took the booster. A year later, they did the follow-up, the 1-year follow-up, where they do your blood and a CT scan. During that appointment, they said his cancer was still clear, but he had multiple pulmonary embolisms. And I thought, maybe they'll trust me now. Maybe this is it. 2 weeks later, my 23-year-old, who had just signed up for the Army, when he got to the Army, he didn't have his yellow vaccine card. They vaccinated him with every single childhood vaccine again, all the Army, the military vaccines, and Moderna. I get a call 2 weeks after my husband's embolism. My son's at the hospital, 1 a.m. And my son, to this day, he still thinks I'm crazy. But I had pounded into his head. Connor, if you ever have chest pain, I don't care how crazy you think I am, you get to the ER because it's probably a blood clot. I said, you're the average age of every guy that's an athlete dropping dead. Anyway, he did. He called me at 1 in the morning. I'm having chest pain, Mom. The doctor thinks it's anxiety. I said, no. I said, do not leave that hospital without a D-dimer and a CT scan. So he told the doctor, and an hour later he called me back and confirmed he had a pulmonary embolism. Around 9 months ago, I get another call from him. I'm at the hospital. I'm on my way, actually. I've got stroke symptoms. He couldn't speak properly. His face was drooping. He couldn't walk. He went blind. He's 6'7". He's a big dude. And I'm thinking, oh my God, here we go. I mean, the stress, I can't even begin to tell. I'm amazed I'm still going. Because the stress that I've had is just beyond words. Both my boys were forced by the military. So thank you to our military who do not value the men and women who have put their lives on the lines to fight for our country. They deserve recognition. Same with Dan Hartman. I want to make sure I mention him. That poor guy lost his 17-year-old son. And yet, had the proof. He had the proof through autopsy, two separate ones, that the vaccine caused his son's death. And yet our government just turned his case down in the last week or so. I'm so pissed off because if they cannot recognize that case with proof and expert testimony, the rest of us are screwed as well. And he deserves justice. And his little boy, Sean, we will still fight for that kid and the rest of them that have suffered out there until our last breath, I'm sure I will. Anyway, I don't want to go on, but, and I'm nervous as hell, so I'm forgetting half of it because I have major brain fog, but I'm here to support Newfoundland. And I hope that you guys all come together and set precedents for Canada because we need action. Everybody needs to start coming together. I don't care if you're vaccinated, not vaccinated. I've always been pro-choice. I love everybody equally, and they want us to stay divided. Because if we don't come together, we can't fight them. But if we all come together, we will wipe their asses clean. So there's probably a lot more than I was going to say, but it's gone. So I love you. Thank you so much for coming today.
Your husband.
And, oh yeah, thank you. Anyways, my husband, I'm sorry, my husband that had the pulmonary embolism, but was cleared of his cancer, found out 5 months later, so July was the blood clots, and on December 20th, he was told that he had terminal colon cancer that had spread to his liver and lymph nodes. So I nursed him at home. I refused to let anybody take care of him because I knew I would give him the better care than anybody else. My trust for any doctor. I've almost died a number of times with my breathing, but I will not go. I'm determined I'll die at home. And my husband did pass away at home with his family by his side. And it was a peaceful transition, very difficult to watch my boys. I'm going to stop. But yes, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's one story. I live in a population of 541,000 Newfoundlanders, and my inbox is full of people that are putting their stories in my inbox. Their children are having seizures. They're losing their loved ones. Some people that have even reached out that told me that they wished I was dead for sharing this message have now reached out and said, I'm vaccine injured. We have to get back to being human, and we have to get back to opening our ears, our hearts, and our minds in order to make a difference in this country. We have another silent survivor that is local to us. Her name is Josephine. She's a wonderful, wonderful young woman who has been sharing her story across the nation. She was part of the National Citizens Inquiry. And we got to, of course, let our own Newfie people have some words, right?
Yes. Okay, well, I'll see your soup.
So I'm Josephine Fillion, and I have been injured by one dose of Pfizer. On June 18th, 2021, I went and took one injection at the Village Mall. 2 hours after, I had a bruise in my right leg a month before getting the injection, and it never fully healed. So 2 hours after my injection, I noticed a burning sensation in my right leg where the bruise was. And I had thought that I was clotting, as I have been interested in the human body since I was 7, so I've known a lot of things. It escalated to many more symptoms. I had crawling and tingling in my leg. I felt like there was bugs crawling all over me. Severe burning. I had pins and needles. I had a leg tremor for 40 minutes. I've had severe neuropathy issues in my hands and my feet. My hands go numb. They start to burn all the time. I have circulation issues where I feel like I'm going to faint all the time. I was gasping for air and air hunger for the last 3.5 years. I've gone through a lot of things. I've had all these symptoms over the last 3.5 years. I'm coming up on 4 now. And I was left to basically deal with it all by myself. I went to my family doctor. He's been my family doctor since I was a young child. And he basically laughed it off, saying that it wasn't due to the vaccine. He had heard about someone who took multiple jabs and was able to be fine. I had to have a mental breakdown in his office because my partner didn't believe me. My children, my family, my support circle didn't believe me at first because of the cognitive dissonance, the brainwashing that we have been exposed to. And I was crying out for help for a very long time. And if it wasn't for finding other vaccine injured on Facebook, I wouldn't be where I am today. If I didn't meet Dana 4 years ago, I wouldn't have the strength to even do everything that I have done. I met her a couple of months after my injury, and I started protesting at the hospital. And ever since then, I've attended pretty much everything that she has brought out to the public, because I want to make sure that everybody knows that there are people that are silenced, they are suffering, they are contemplating suicide every day because their loved ones don't believe them, and they're all alone. And even though I'm healing now, finally, after finding a new therapy all by myself, I'm now improving. But for the first 2.5 years, I struggled a lot. I lost my daughter because she doesn't believe nor care that I'm injured, and her father still thinks that I'm crazy, even though I have a neurologist piece of paper stating that I am vaccine injured, because I had to have a mental breakdown in my doctor's office in order to get a referral to check my brain. And he had told me that I am vaccine injured. It is a product of the vaccine. And all he told me was to take salt and to put on compression socks. And he wanted to force more pharmaceutical medication into my body, but I told him, no, I'm doing it all natural because I don't trust anybody anymore. And that's what I've been doing. On March 2022, I realized that I was pretty much alone and that I had to do this myself. After coming back from the truckers' convoy in Ottawa, I realized that nobody believes me. My doctor, my family, I lost my friends, and I was on my own, so I decided to heal myself. And I've done 25 interviews, podcasts, documentaries over the last 3.5 years. I was interviewed for the National Citizens Inquiry in Canada, and I was interviewed for the Children's Health Defense website down in the United States. And I have helped a lot of people. I have a lot of people who come into my Facebook Messenger, just like Dana, saying that they are vaccine injured. They have seen my podcast, they have seen my interviews. I have multiple Facebook accounts because Facebook is trying to silence me and keep me quiet. And I've suffered a lot. I don't have a relationship with my own daughter for the last 2 years because she don't believe that I'm injured and her father don't think that I'm injured. So I've lost a lot. I lost the partner that I got the injection for. I lost my sanity. I lost my trust. I lost everything. And I'm just really grateful that I have met Coleen and I have met Dallas from Silent Survivors. My best friend now, she's also vaccine injured, Kelly Rogers in New Brunswick. And everywhere I go, I make sure that I go with my sign. I wear my sweater to show everybody that there's people out there that are suffering. And I just want them to know that they're not alone, because I was alone for so long. And just by finding people like Coleen online that was brave enough to tell her story, I've met a new family and supporters, and I'm just really grateful to be able to be here today. Like, I am a survivor, and I just want to be a voice for the voiceless, because there's people out there who have died from this, like Dan Hartman's son and Ernest Ramirez's little boy. And there's children dropping dead. There's people having so many symptoms, and they're not even aware of what's going on. That's how deep this brainwashing goes, is that they're not even comprehending that it's due to the vaccine. And I just want to share that this is my story, and I'm still here fighting for justice. I've gone down, I made a report to the police station that I was injured, and they never even contacted me back. It's been a very troubling road, but I'm really grateful that Dana put this together, because I'm excited to see what justice is going to come in the future for everybody, whether you're vaccine injured or not. We've all been brainwashed and controlled by these evil people that are trying to take over our lives, and it's not fair. You're a free person, and you're here to make a difference for a reason.
Here, here, where you go, girl? Good one. As you can see, what's happening and what you believe is happening is real. It's time for us to admit, you know, they always say, like with alcoholism or drug addiction or anything that we go through, in order for us to be able to find a solution, we first have to admit that there's a problem, right? We have to admit that there's a problem. And in the scale that we're going through this stuff in our country, the less time or the more time that we pretend like we don't have a problem, the harder it is going to be to find a solution. How do we get the good doctors and the people with the moral compass that have the means to be able to intervene and prevent and cure some of these things if we can't even get those people to admit that there's a problem, right? So that's why today we're showcasing the medical industry, because we would like to force the eyes wide open of every sleepyhead. Now, I have a really special guest to cap off the medical part. We do have agriculture and fisheries and stuff coming, but this is one of my whole favorite people in the whole entire country. Her name is Dallas, and she has a daughter that is vaccine injured. And some people, you know, some people suffer in silence, and other people want to take rubber hammers and beat the shit out of everything, right? So this is a mom that pretty much found out that her daughter was vaccine injured and started tearing apart the country to provide the supports for the voiceless and to give them back a little bit of power and to get a forward moving motion. So without any further ado, we have the founder of Silent Survivors, Dallas, who is here to share some information before we cap off the medical part of our morning. I love her outfit. Yes.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dallas. I traveled all the way from Kawartha Lakes in Ontario to be here.
Anchored under Mount Kessler.
Super nervous. So as Dana said, my daughter was injured by her first Pfizer shot that she received behind my back at her school as I was against it. She suffered seizures and tics 13 hours later and Crohn's disease. The gaslighting is unreal. We went to try and take her to the hospital with the tics and the seizures, and they tried to blame it on pot, first of all. And when I said she isn't smoking pot and it's still carrying on, they tried to diagnose it on pregnancy. We went all the way 4 hours because I knew I wasn't getting help from the hospital where I was at. I went 4 hours to CHEO, where they stated it was anxiety and all in her head. However, I did have a wonderful doctor named Ira Bernstein that logged her AFI report with Dr. Piggott at Public Health. Dr. Piggott disregarded that doctor's AFI report, stating it wasn't from the vaccine and she's eligible for further doses. I don't want to go too much on about my daughter's injury, as I have a lot more other stories to share. I stand in front of Public Health. I follow around the VAX bus. I go to many little towns sharing these stories, and I will share them with you now. Sean Hartman, age 17, Pfizer first dose. Story told by his father, Dan Hartman. On August 25th, Sean received his first dose of Pfizer. On August 29th, he went to the emergency room with brown circles around his eyes, vomiting, an extremely sore shoulder, and a rash. He was sent home with a prescription for Advil. The doctor failed to do blood work, D-dimer, or troponin. On the morning of September 27th, Sean was found dead on the floor beside his bed. Sean's biggest fear in life were needles, and he would have never taken one if he didn't have to. But in order to keep playing hockey, something he had been doing since he was 8 years old, he had to be vaccinated. I am suffering so bad, and I can't even explain it. My life is ruined. Dan filed a $35.6 million lawsuit against Pfizer due to the company concealing risks like myocarditis and misrepresenting vaccine safety, as Sean's autopsy was confirmed that the vaccine killed him. The case highlights broader failures, coercive mandates, lack of accountability, and bureaucratic indifference, leaving families without justice and vaccine injuries go on unacknowledged. The lawsuit was dismissed by an Ontario judge stating the government has no private law duty of care for injuries caused by public health decisions. Unfortunately, the recent ruling reaffirmed that the drug giant isn't accountable to the Hartman family and others who were injured and killed by its lethal vaccine. Dan is appealing the decision, and we hope we stand with Dan and Sean, and we hope he gets justice they deserve. We stand with you, Shannon Don. Sorry. Yeah. Ernesto Ramirez. I'm a father of a 16-year-old son, and I'm a single parent. I raised my boy since he was a baby, and we have never been apart. We were always together, and he meant the world to me. He was my best friend. I always told him it was me and you against the world. I got the vaccine to protect my son. In March, April, they announced that it was safe for teenagers. We got the Pfizer vaccine because I thought it was the right thing to do. My son was a wonderful kid. He received the vaccine and he died a few days later. The only explanation was that I was given was that he had an enlarged heart. It was like playing Russian roulette. My government lied to me. They said it was safe. Now I go home to an empty house every morning before school and evening after work. He would run up and give me a hug and kiss. I loved him so much. He was my baby boy and we were always together. Now I have to celebrate his birthday and Christmas at his grave. If I have anything to say to anybody, is to look down at your child. It's not worth the risk. The baby you see today, you may not see tomorrow. I have to live with that the rest of my life. I love the hell out of my country, but I don't trust my government anymore. Sorry, these are a little hard to read even, though I've read them a million times. Colin Snyder, age 49, Pfizer, second dose. Story told by his spouse, Kim Frid. I found Colin in the basement living room. He was on his knees between the couch and coffee table, forehead on the floor, both hands at his temples like he was gripping his head. When I first saw him, I thought he was alive and in that position because he had a bad headache. I kept saying, Colin, Colin, but he would not answer. I shook him on the back and he felt hard. I then looked at his face. His eyes were squeezed shut and his face was blotchy purple. I pulled the coffee table away from him and he fell to one side, frozen in that position. I never heard a thing and it was instant. The medical examiner said he had coronary artery disease, which is another name for myocarditis. My doctor said he had a blood clot from what I described to her. A year ago, now these are old, so they're dated funny. A year ago today, I got the most tragic, devastating news in my life that my baby no longer had a heartbeat. A week before I was due to have her, I was about to go through the most traumatic experience of my life. I felt like I was in the twilight zone in the hospital because of the circumstances with the jab. I'm still searching for justice and answers when it comes to jab injury. I delivered her on July 15th and had to go through the experience of saying goodbye. It's the biggest test in my recovery. I knew I could have done one or two things, went right back off the deep end, or fight even harder for my sobriety and my life. I knew she wouldn't want to see me fail, and I chose to take the high road and continue building my life because I know that's what she would have wanted. I haven't been able to accept her death, and I don't know if I ever will be able to come to terms with what happened. Love you always. Rest in peace, baby Brooklyn. Maddie DeGarry, age 12, Pfizer second dose, unable to walk and is confined to a wheelchair, unable to eat and has a feeding tube, constant severe pain, vision problems, tinnitus, allergic reactions, lack of neck control, persistent nausea, dizziness, and extreme fatigue. Jasmine Como, age 17, Pfizer first dose, lost use of her left leg and is now confined to a wheelchair. Suffers from tremors, severe brain fog, and neuropathy. Nikki Ann Holland, age 38, Moderna, second dose. Intubation, respiratory failure, systemic inflammatory response syndrome, gastroparesis, neurogenic bladder, blood clots, weakness, spasms, neurological deficits. Intubated 5 times and has a feeding tube. Sarah Greenwood, age 40, Pfizer, first dose. Dropped of a heart attack 2 weeks after first dose. Was pronounced dead for 8 minutes. Had a stent and was put into a coma. Her husband was told if she didn't wake up in the next 48 hours, he'd have to make a decision. Can't walk long distances, constantly out of breath, antiphospholipid antibody syndrome, which is high risk for clotting in her head, heart failure, lupus, and extreme swelling in legs and feet. Janet Swanton, age 53, Pfizer, first dose. Seizures, speech impairment, brain damage, brain fog, confusion, and now walks with a walker and needs assistance in dressing and eating. Kevin Street, age 49, AstraZeneca, functional neurological disorder, 13 plus brain lesions, loss of speech, lockjaw, severe gait issues, severe sleep apnea, high protein and spinal fluid, small fiber neuropathy, autoimmune disease, skin lesions, and brain fog. Brittany Galvin, age 35, Moderna, second dose, vaccine-induced Guillain-Barré syndrome, neuropathic POTS, gastroparesis, memory loss, pericarditis, and much more. Meredith Klitsky, age 48, Pfizer, second dose, auditory issues, tinnitus, forced menopause, burning mouth syndrome, facial swelling, skin peeling, and bursitis in the right hip. Kelly Rogers, age 37, Moderna, second dose, multi-organ dysfunction leading into failure caused by central nervous system disconnect due to the damage in her brain. Carrie Goddard, age 51, Moderna, second dose, permanent neurological damage, autoimmune disease flares, D-dimer positive, tinnitus, menstrual cycle issues, and unbearable pain. Paula Dorian, age 47, Moderna, third dose, degenerative disc disease, severe migraines, tremors, chest pain, brain fog, loss of menstrual cycle, and extreme fatigue. These two are husband and wife. Karen Cobell, age 43, Moderna, first dose, extreme numbness in jaw and cheek, heart palpitations, tightness in chest, difficulty breathing, ringing in ears, high blood pressure. Jared Cobell, age 42, Pfizer, second dose, rapid heartbeat, high blood pressure, severe rash all over his body, severe pain, difficulty breathing, and brain fog. Rebecca Quinnell, age 39, Pfizer, first dose, heart palpitations, severe skin infection, autoimmune disease, and menstrual cycle irregularities. I only have a couple. Brianne Dressen, AstraZeneca, first dose, and I didn't even bring them all with me. Tingling in arm, double vision, brain fog, hair loss, night sweats, kidney infection, neuropathy, seizures, heart palpitations, small vein thrombosis, and tinnitus. Carolyn Palver, age 49, AstraZeneca, first dose, excruciating pain, extreme fatigue, tightness in chest, difficulty breathing, stinging rash all the way up her back, migraines accompanying with numbness to one side of her face, tongue, arm, and leg, loss of awareness. Charlotte Cretan, age 43, AstraZeneca, POTS, postural hypertension, second degree heart block, ventricular arrhythmias, small fiber neuropathy, nerve pain, encephalitis, confusion, and chronic fatigue syndrome. Leah Jean, age 31, Pfizer, first dose, chronic debilitating facial and eye pain that never leaves, POTS, cardotydinia, visual snow syndrome, vision loss, chronic migraines, swelling, and recurrent allergic reactions. Catherine Russ, age 49, Pfizer, first dose, A lot of first doses here. Tachycardia, vertigo, vision loss, loss of mobility, neuropathy, brain fog, confusion, and vitamin deficiencies. Mandy Neufeld, age 36, Pfizer, first dose, neuropathy, pins and needles in legs, dizziness, tachycardia, brain fog, confusion, internal and external tremors, right bundle branch blockage of the heart, and central sensitivity syndrome. And this is my daughter, Jonna Trafford, Pfizer, first dose, seizures, tics, brain fog, Crohn's disease, severe migraines, and confusion. Coleen, whose story you heard earlier, I'm going to read off her injuries that she was not able to get out. Coleen Brandshe, Pfizer, first dose. Neuropathy with numbness in leg and foot drop, shock-like pain throughout body, twitching and muscle cramping, major muscle and weight loss, multiple autoimmune system issues, blood and urine for 4 months. Migraines with severe head pressure, pericarditis, mottled legs with widespread vascular inflammation, stroke, skin rashes and bruising, brain fog and memory loss, severe anxiety, severe breathing issues, 15 to 30% airway blockage due to worsened vocal cord paralysis, which she was booked to have a tracheotomy, elevated IgE over 5,000 when a normal is less than 100. Connective tissue disorder with severe degenerative disc disease, severe immunocompromise, mast cell activation, and POTS. Thank you for listening and taking the time to be here. I really appreciate it. We are silent. We are silent survivors. I will not stay silent, so you can stay comfortable. Thank you.
I forgot to address a lot of the gaslighting that I've experienced, and I could tell you a number of stories that I've been from to doctors. And I haven't been too polite about it, so I'm not going to repeat. But my 23-year-old son that didn't believe me when he had the clots, I said, ask your hematologist when you get to him. Ask him if this jab caused it. He may tell you the truth. He asked the doctor when he got there, and the doctor said yes. It was caused by the jabs, but I cannot document that. What's that tell you? He put dollars before my 23-year-old son's life. And my son will probably not have a long life. I hate to say that because his heart is enlarged as well now. And he's already had the neurological as well as the pulmonary embolism. But I just wanted to tell you that that doctor admitted it and said that he could not document that. That's criminal. Thank you.
By the way, these stories you're hearing are only a fraction and a very small fraction of what's really happened. Matter of fact, the VAERS, doctors that report vaccine injury before COVID even, only report about 1%. So even though there are millions on that list, the VAERS report, that's only 1% of the people that have been injured. And you can see from those ladies that just spoke, pretty well every part of your body is affected by this. Now, what people don't realize is that if you read Robert Kennedy's book, The Real Dr. Fauci, I suggest you read it. That book has got about 1,000 pages in it, of which about 300 to 400 are references, where every claim he makes in that book is referenced. And I think he's actually offered $10 million to anybody who can find an inaccuracy in his book, and so far nobody's been able to collect it. He basically highlights the facts, and the Highwire, the lawyer I mentioned, Alan Siri, proved this in court. He took the World Health Organization to court on vaccines, all vaccines. We're not just talking about COVID, we're talking about all vaccines. And he asked them if scientifically they could say with scientific evidence that all vaccines are safe and effective, or any one vaccine, any one of the many that they give are safe and effective based on scientific criteria. And the scientific criteria would be a sufficient population to be studied, like in the thousands, and a significant length of time, like in the years. And what he found out under oath, the WHO admitted that when they're checking the vaccines for safety, they only check a few hundred babies at best, and only for a few weeks at best. That's it. And then they're deemed safe and effective. And we all remember thalidomide, what that did to our children. That was a drug that was approved, and all the babies were born without arms and legs. So the reality is none of the vaccines have been proven to be safe and effective. And Kennedy has been suffered from being called an anti-vaxxer, and I probably am going to be called an anti-vaxxer as a result. But all he's asking for is, why don't we do the studies for long enough on a big enough population and determine that they're safe and effective? Make sure that all vaccines undergo the same criteria as other drugs, not have any special status. So by persisting in giving these drugs to our children, all of, not just the COVID, we are injecting them with mercury, aluminum, and other toxins, as well as all the body parts I mentioned earlier. And we're giving them 60-something injections when we only had 4. And as a result, when autism used to be 1 in 35,000, it's now 1 in 35 or less. 1 in 35 children today will develop autism because of the vaccinations. So what he was calling for was a moratorium on vaccinations until it's been proven that they're safe and effective. And when you look at our regulatory bodies, the College of Physicians and Surgeons, I think we would call them guilty of malpractice, guilty of ethics violations, guilty of violating the Nuremberg Code, because they tolerate the myth that these vaccines are safe and effective, even though it's been proven in court by Alan Siri with the WHO that they aren't adequately tested. None of them. And so basically, to go tell everybody that they're safe and effective, here's something that's really incredible. My daughter, in her last pregnancy, was encouraged to get the COVID shot while she was pregnant. I told her not to. Her gynecologist told her it was safe and effective. Now, we all know that prior to COVID, every doctor was warned, don't let a woman take a drink, don't let her smoke, don't let her take anything while she's pregnant, because we don't know what harm it can do. And all of a sudden, during COVID, the college and the government and our Minister of Health came out and said it's safe for pregnant women to take the vaccine. So you've been lied to maliciously. These people, if they should have known, if they didn't know, they're incompetent and they're guilty of negligence, criminal negligence. And if they did know, then they're guilty of crimes against humanity, murder. Murder is what they're guilty of. And I think we should make sure that all our doctors feel the heat and that they come out and take a stand and state to their patients. All patients should ask the doctor, is this vaccine safe, yes or no, and why? And see what they know about any one vaccine. I bet you most of them know nothing about them, even after all of this mess. And there's one other point I wanted to make, and I think it slipped my mind. I'm getting home. I haven't been vaccinated, but I feel some days that I'm getting vaccinated every day in the food I eat. We got all these spray programs going on that are spraying toxins into the air, and we get our food been injected and whatnot. So if we don't, here's the thing. Do you know that our college is governed mostly by government? The doctors in the college aren't independent of the government. Matter of fact, they have to do as they're told. And recently, the governments across the country have changed the rules so that you no longer have confidentiality. If the government wants to know what's in your chart, they can find out easy enough without any special authority. The colleges have basically uh, uh, destroyed confidentiality, destroyed full disclosure, destroyed first do no harm. They are a body that, as far as I'm concerned, are totally derelict in their duties and are not protecting the people they're supposed to protect, and they should all be disbanded and replaced. Thank you very much.
I wouldn't disagree. I, unlike most people, am totally comfortable with saying I'm an anti-vaxxer. I'm an anti-vaxxer. My children have had all their childhood vaccines. Up until the COVID-19 pandemic, I had had all my vaccines. When I discovered that it had dead fetal cells in it, mercury and all this other garbage, I was like, what the hell? I never, I don't think my body's deficient in aborted fetal cells, right? How is that impacting what's going on? So when I started doing research, I'm here to tell you that I don't necessarily even believe that any injectables right now is safe. I'm not here to tell you, and this is me talking from my research, because there are people that are afraid to talk about certain subjects, right? In regards to being a public speaker, because we don't want to lose our audience, right? We want to kind of, cultivate you along and baby step you into this dystopian nightmare that we're dealing with in the medical industry. Bullshit. So I'm going to straight up give it to you. If you're not an anti-vaxxer, you fucking should be. You should be. Until there is accountability as to what the hell is going on, why we have people that are suffering from so many vaccine injuries, it should be a full halt.
Right. Yes.
The reason that we're so adamant that we make a change right now is because they're not finished. We have the bird flu, we have the modified SARS-CoV-2 flu, we've got the monkeypox, we've got all of these things. Well, guess what? Most of the things that they're labeling as new diseases that they want people to go get vaccines for are actually vaccine injuries, right? Monkeypox is autoimmune blistering disease, which is a side effect of the vaccines. So what do? They tell you to take more. They are not vaccines, people. They are mRNA technology that have been designed to make us sicker. If you haven't figured out that we're in the process, I don't know, have you guys noticed that you've had more deaths in your families than you've ever had before? Right? It's fair to say that the fact that the government is avoiding addressing the matters of these mRNA shots, they're creating more bedtime stories and fear porn on CBC and NTV and those things to try to fear people into, oh, well, I'm sick. But now if I get the monkeypox, I'm going to be more sicker, right? So we're going to go back to the pharmaceutical and we're going to take more poison.
And they're preventing you from getting autopsies on your dead.
Yeah, and if you get an autopsy, you have to pay big bucks. So the urgency and why we're out here trying to hammer this across Canada is because we're going to need united non-compliance. As scary as whatever that might look like, we need to stand together and we need to say no. Do you think that I want my reputation ruined as a humanitarian? No. But somebody's got to tell you, stop it. It's time. It's time that we stop it, and it's time that we have a unified front. Our medical industry, and I'm going to touch on other things besides vaccines before we go and we have a little break for lunch. Our medical industry has been hijacked by a global agenda. All right? Our nurses are being replaced by foreign workers. Our budgets are being cut to compensate for gender ideology and maybe people pooping in the beaches, Botswanaville, right? We just had a $50 million cut to healthcare in Newfoundland. And less than 4 months ago, my mother, who was going through cancer and had pneumonia, who was 90 pounds, had to wait in an emergency room with a black hand full of blood clots from a blood transfusion for over 20 hours. And we get a $50 million cut. Meanwhile, it's okay for us to be able to give that money everywhere else. And let's talk about what's happening in regards to the educational system and the recruiting of new professionals in our province. Newfoundland University, we pump out a lot of nurses. Why do we do that? Because we have discounts for foreign workers and we have a cheaper university for people to attend to in the medical industry. Guess what's happening? Our native Newfoundland youth that is graduating from the school, the Newfoundland University, are being told that they have to go out of province to find work. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did we not just bring in a whole bunch of medical professionals from other countries? We did, right? Did we keep those and send our Newfoundland nurses across the country to try to find work? Yes, we did. So guess what? It's an extra expense to taxpayers. It means that young men and women have to leave their families when there's lots of opportunity here. And number two, I might have heard a rumor that most of the government actually owns the properties that these foreign workers are put in. What an opportunity for government. But wait a minute, it's immoral, but not illegal. The lines are being blurred to create confusion. And let me be clear, the Newfoundland Accountability Project is here to draw a line in the sand between our needs, our wants, our expectations, and our representation. Our medical industry is the first priority on a pandemic crisis, right? The only thing that matters to most of us when we die, we don't go, I wish I had more money, or I wish I could have had that job, or shit, I didn't transfer the money for my taxes to the government. It's I wish I had more time. Time is life. And when they mess with our life, we need to give it the time to restore the balance. And that is what the Newfoundland Accountability Project is for. And we're going to break now because this caps off our medical stuff for the morning. We do have one more doctor in the afternoon, as well as another very strong public speaker, but we're going to get into the government stuff next. Woo! That's exciting.
What time to come back?
We're going to come back on in about 30 minutes, give everybody a chance to pee and grab a slice of pizza or a chocolate bar or whatever they want. I think maybe Gordon Collins going to play some music for us. And we'll see you soon. If you're online and watching, please share this message out because it's imperative that we show the rest of the country that Newfoundland is standing up and that we're going to be moving forward and we're going to teach this country how to grow a pair. Thank you.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Good morning. Hope you guys enjoying the speaker.
I know, it's good. Not you. I'll take one of you. So it looks like we're going to go for a break. Thank you for being so gracious with Chris and I this week, letting us, or letting me anyway, come down and be, come down and be part of this incredible experience. As Dana said, this afternoon is going to be full of amazing speakers. You can come on. Yeah. We got a half hour to fill, right?
I was photobombing. I was having fun photobombing. Yeah, it's a little bit rainy out here, but we got through the harder part of the speakers. I mean, silent survivors in Dallas and Coleen, like these women, man, they've been going across this country and they've been trying to bring information to Canadians everywhere. Like, it is so disgusting and wrong that the government is getting away with impunity when they are actively genociding Canadians. It's a genocide, folks. Whether you like the word or not, it's not going to change the fact. It's a genocide. Babies are dead. If we've got one obligation, and it doesn't matter who we are, what we believe in, if you want to identify yourself as a political philosophy or not, at the end of the day, you're obligated to provide these babies with a better world than the one that we had. And how dare you allow this to continue when we've got the Public Health Authority of Canada deciding on whether or not people get to live or die? Like,
This is a Newfoundlander who has been fighting hard here in Newfoundland. You're on TFM Report. So you want to tell everybody what's been going on in Newfoundland, because we're from Ontario mostly. Now, we obviously project across the world.
Yes.
But we don't had anybody on Newfoundland. So want to share with us what's happening in Newfoundland, why this is... So the rest of Canada, let's move over. So
yeah, I gotta hold this.
There we go.
Me personally, I'm fighting on we have concerned parents of Newfoundland and Labrador
Right.
for what's going on in our schools. There's a lot of bullying, a lot of stuff, ideology going on. My daughter personally does not go to school anymore because she's too scared to be in the school. It's not fair.
Right.
There's a lot of privacy issues in the school. There's a lot of issues. I think it's all good. Be polite. I'm not allowed to say a whole lot legally, so I'm going to be careful.
Yes.
I'll say it for him. This gender bullshit. Okay, it's absolute nonsense. You got the right to be whoever you want to be. You don't got the right to stick it down anybody's throat, let alone our children. I'll say it.
Thank you. Thank you, Kelly.
You're welcome.
So it's not just happening in Ontario.
No,
happening in Newfoundland.
the small provinces, whatnot. Recently, we had a little high school down in Southern Shores with 1,000 kids. They want to make have 3 vaccines before they enter the school. So it's gone a little further, both ways.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And there's a lot of kids just are not going to school. They're want to be there.
Right.
Right? A lot of kids being homeschooled, which is fine. You know, better off learning at home. You got to learn better at home.
Yeah, except for the fact, I gotta do it. Except for the fact that they're losing their social life.
Well, yes.
Which is a detrimental part to their development. And I mean, when the government of Canada is imposing ideological legislation that oppresses the natural development of our children, there is a problem, especially when they are mandated to stick between certain lines. Okay, there is no authority for sticking ideological legislation into law. Okay, this is a vile, egregious undermining of our justice system. So I just have to say, it makes me mad.
Trying to find out what's going on in Newfoundland, and Kelly can jump on in to tell us what's going on in the world. Come on down, Dana.
I just want to make sure it doesn't fall over.
You guys are doing really well. We're filling in the
You're on
breaks. You're on TFM Report. Hi. We're talking Newfoundland because, we talk Ontario, we talk BC, we talk the U.S. all the time, but very rarely do we actually get to know what's happening on our furthest east coast. And it really is the furthest eastern point of Canada. So, what's going on at home is actually going on everywhere. And you guys have been standing up here in Newfoundland for a long time.
Oh my God, it's exhausting.
It's exhausting.
Everybody's like, "What's your resume?" I'm like, "Oh."
And you guys have been in the court system as well, right?
I've been in the court system and currently back in the court system. I was politically maliciously prosecuted because I exposed somebody inside one of the government systems that might be doing some flavorful activity. So instead of actually addressing concerns of said constituents and parents and people, what they did was they tried to make up a puppet story to make it look like I was a supervillain. But fortunately, they had no evidence. It was a bedtime story, and I'm now in civil litigation over the Premier Province and
That's awesome. So you're suing the premier himself, not the government?
No, the government for abuse of power.
Okay.
Because the government body that the jury in particular mobilized the police and the direct order to have the arrest when I never spoke. Right? Forever. So, anyway, there's a lot of effort put in down here in Newfoundland to silence the truth, and that's what the Newfoundlanders have. People are sitting our best because Newfoundland, it's happening here, it's happening in North Dakota. You know, in a population of 541,000, if it's evidence here, you know, it's evidence right across. Yeah.
So, anything else you want to tell us, guys?
Check.
Gonna hear some Newfoundland music in a minute.
Oh, we're gonna hear some Newfoundland music. Fantastic. And you guys have put on this event today, or you helped?
Collaborate. Facilitating.
There we go. We helped share and facilitate the news so that the Newfoundlanders can come out. And this is encouraging for the rest of Canada because you guys have actually brought all the organizations together for the first time in the same place on the same stage.
Yes. Fisheries, agriculture, mental health, healthcare, government corruption. Oh,
I see.
later on today, we've got a big announcement that we're expecting a verdict.
Hey.
Fraud hearing in 2025.
Pray that they allow this to go to court. Pray that the investigation for fraud in the election happens today. We will know.
I was out for the night on the town. Me and my girls wanna get right down. Walking to the bar, what
So we're
do
gonna
I
be
see?
entertained now,
Sweet
guys.
eyed cowboy looking at me and say, hey, sugar, I like your smile. Buy me a drink, won't you talk a while? He don't know I'm a different.
We got Colin Harris playing on the guitar with Fillion.
Kinda shy.
This is Ontario, Newfoundland coming together, guys.
Like a horse, baby, I run wild. Born and raised a whiskey child. Like trucks, mud tires, ice cold beer, big bonfires. I said, baby, don't you mess around with me. I'm a country queen. I'm a country queen. Well, I wake up in the morning and I shine. Head is pounding for too much wine. Gotta make it to work on time. Only country girls walk that line. I could bust a flat in a pickup truck. Every other girl might end up stuck. Not the kind of woman like me. Well, I'm a lady, kinda shy. Little crazy, can't deny. Said like a horse, baby, I run wild. Born and raised a whiskey child. I like trucks, mud tires, ice cold beer, big bonfire. I said, baby, baby, don't you mess around with me. Hey, yeah. I'm a country queen. Yeah. I'm a country queen. Yeah. I said, baby, don't you mess around with me. Break it down. You can say what you want and will always be married to Jack, loving Jim Bean. I got 6 big brothers and boy, they love me. Don't you play your games on me. No. No. I'm a lady, kinda shy, little crazy, can't deny. Said like a horse, baby, I run wild. Born and raised whiskey child, I like the trucks, I'm a tires, ice cold beer, big bonfires. I say, baby, baby, don't you mess around with me. I'm a country queen. Yeah. Oh, I'm a country queen. I'm a country queen, yeah. In Canada, you mean everything to me. Woo! Thank you. Woo!
Nobody comes to. Oh, I don't know. Awesome.
Just what is your name? Well, I'd like to speak. Take that red dress, it's pretty like you. Hope that you like it, so please start. Did you miss me? Where are you from? Well, I get to lose you. I picked out a red dress. It's pretty like you. Hope that you like it. So please stay. There's a red dress. We stayed at the store. There's a red dress. All ripped up and torn. There's a red dress. Hangs like all its tree. There's a red dress. Cries out. Indigenous dreams. What did you do? Was it for your God to be treated like me? You break the darkness, then we'll see the light. Absent that red dress, action. We'll see the light. Absent that red dress, action. My hands are frozen. Well, I'll do a song, you warm up your hands.
Hopefully everybody's come back.
So a little song about hope through all the craziness that we've all experienced for the last, more so since the COVID shenanigans. It's called Together Through the Dark. It's nice, now things all planned out. To prevent any doubt, take the scenic route and enjoy the ride. But sometimes things just won't make sense. Situations so intense make us wonder if kids are right. With an open mind and a loving heart, we'll find our way together through the dark. But it's nice. Feel the warm sun rays on those bright summer days. Be thankful just to simply stay on. But sometimes on those cold winter nights, you get the comfort of life. Burn fire well into the dawn. With an open mind, loving heart, we find our way together through the dark. Yeah, there's no right or wrong to how it should be. What works for some may not for me. So let's promise ourselves the fair we'll seal it with keys. With an open mind, loving heart, find our way together through the dark. Well, it's nice to see such love in your eyes. Thought I'd be surprised just how well we carry this way. Anytime those eyes fill with tears, swallowed up with fear. Take my hand, remember what we said. With an open mind, loving heart, we'll find our way together through the dark. Find our way together through the dark. Find our way together through the dark.
I forgot my whole word this morning. I forgot.
This is for all you folks who have lost friends and family over trying to
Not too bad.
enlighten people. It's called Ostracized. I have nothing to gain, everything to lose, risking it all. To tell you the truth, rest your head on my heart.
Oh, they're in the car, baby.
See the pain in his eyes.
On.
Lies keep us apart.
Your treats are in the car.
Only sometimes all of my best from afar. Ostracized, everything to lose, nothing to gain, but to hear your sweet voice speak fondly my name. Gently lift up my heart, see the pain in his eyes. Fear tears us apart. I refuse to hide sincerest intentions. Ostracized, it's hard to explain. It's a free will. Discard hateful couple seats from your heart. Choose courage, your cup overfill. Don't leave me here wounded, and I'm just sacrificed. Patiently yours, all of us, the human ostracized. Stand again, stand to lose everything. Face the fire and squad as a trusted friend. Rest your head on my heart. See the pain in these eyes. Love's a good place to start. There's no reason to hide. I don't stand corrected, just a know ostracized. I don't stand corrected, just a know. You're not alone.
Love it. Love it. What a wonderful talent. Are you gonna decide that without the break?
I hear a voice, I hear a sound, the sound of my feet shuffling on down. Too many people, too many cars. Take me to Memphis, Mercury, or Mars. Now I wanna go where the buffalo roam. I'm just a city boy looking for a home. I can't sleep, I can't eat. This city's no place for me. And I'm tired of losing my way. I'm just existing from day to day. So I wanna go where my soul can roam free. I'm just a city boy looking for more home. No, I don't wanna be no prisoner. Oh, I sure don't wanna be no slave. I wanna look up in the night, see stars in the sky, the big dipper in the Milky Way. Can't sleep, it's too loud. Everywhere I go seems to be a crowd.
Tired of these concrete streets. I wanna feel the dirt get up and under my feet. Oh, I wanna go with a buffalo roll. I'm just a city boy looking for a home. I wanna go where my soul can roam free. Always warm up, Colin. It's just a city boy looking for a home. I'm just a city boy looking for a home. Song by Kebmo. There's one that me and Ron Hines wrote just over there. They left their homes 40 years or more, like their forefathers had long before. Traveling west on the open road, far from the darkening shore. The family that prayed no longer stay, more to the island nation. At the end of the day, we still kneel and say a prayer for a lost generation. So lift your head and be proud, look over your shoulder, remember where you come from. The road that you roam will someday lead home to follow the setting sun. I can't remember the second verse. It's been a long time. We wrote that in 94, I think, or 95, over there just atop of Queens Road. It's a good song, but anyway, I don't remember all of it right now. Drop the mic.
I was going to mention her and my sister. I noticed that my sister also, she had a leg tremor and other symptoms, right? Yeah. So, but I didn't want to mention that my mom is also struggling with health after 3, and then my sister as well, right? That's why I fight. So I'm not only fighting for me, like my kids are back with the child. Looking at it all, the asthma, the allergies, the autism, the ADHD, the heart problems, ear infection. And yes, they're different. I had none at 35, and I used to have a traffic memory. Sorry, guys. Oh, sorry, everybody. The wind came in and blew us down. I've been talking to some Newfoundlanders here that are suffering vaccine injuries, and the one lady is showing me her hands, and you can see her hands, how how swollen her knuckles are, but then right where your bones are, it's like almost like skeletal. And then her fingers are all being deformed. And she was saying she's always had a great memory, and now she can't remember things. Her feet and her toes are all swelling up and going all cricket-like. Her daughter was the one that was up speaking earlier, Josie, and she's saying it's affected everybody in their family. Everybody is vaccinated, and they're all suffering issues. Several of them have dropped dead suddenly. It is a really bad situation here in Newfoundland. And I know that Newfoundland was the highest vaccinated province, and they are in big, big trouble. And the government's in big trouble here because when everybody knows everybody or is related to everybody, it's a lot harder to hide what's going on. It's a lot harder to hide the truth of the injuries and the deaths. And maybe that's where they're getting lucky in Ontario. Ontario is so wide, so big, and so vast that not everybody's related. And the government's done a really good job of convincing us that we don't like each other. So we tend to stay inside and not talk to each other. The government's done a really great job of showing us what a scary world it is. So stay inside where it's safe. Keep your children close where it's safe. So we're not out there talking to people. And if you got out and actually talked to people, you would understand and see how many people are actually injured, how many people have actually died that are young. We're seeing increases in death and cancer rates in the young. We've never seen this before. And the doctors and our government want to act like it's nothing, that it's all in your head. And it's not in your head. We have some good doctors that are standing up, and they're losing their livelihoods. They're losing their practices. We're losing good doctors. We're losing good medical people. That being said, we also have to start taking ownership of ourselves. And the two ladies I was talking to, they were saying how they have basically come out of the medical system because the doctors are not helping them. They're giving them pills for anxiety and depression, telling them it's all in their hands. So they've had to take medical care into their own hands, and they're learning natural remedies and figuring stuff out themselves to help heal the root cause of the issues. And I think that's what more and more of us are doing. We're taking our own healthcare into our own hands. And I think going forward, that's exactly how we're going to get out of this. We need to start sharing the remedies. We need to talk to each other and find out what's working for you and me and heal ourselves, because our government is not going to take the responsibility on to heal us. And we know a lot of the doctors that push these shots because they thought it was the right thing to do, instead of actually looking into them and understanding what was in them and the adverse reactions that were going on and the experimentation that in the experimentation studies that Pfizer, Moderna, and AstraZeneca and J&J were recording. Instead of looking into all of that and actually advising their clients properly, they just said, take it, it's safe and effective. They just continue to do what the government said to them to do, what their CPSO said to do. And now they're afraid of malpractice. They're now afraid of malpractice suits because they didn't do their due diligence. They did not do their fiduciary duties. They did not uphold the oath that they took when they got their doctorship, when they got their PhDs. And now they're afraid of losing everything that they worked for because they didn't do their due diligence for their patients. So if you are vaccine injured and your doctor's not telling you, it's time to get a few other opinions. Start running D-dimer tests. Don't leave the hospitals until you get one. Demand it. Because the D-dimer tests are telling us a whole lot of story that government's not telling you and that your doctor's not going to tell you. And you know what? If you know who gave you the shot and you still have the pamphlets that were blank, and you've got the evidence to back up the fact that all of your health ailments started after you got the shots, you may have a really good case to sue the person that gave you the shot, not the government. The government didn't give you the shot, and the government's going to say you chose to take it yourself. But if the person who gave you the shot demanded you get the shot, and you've got all that in writing, you've got the coercive measures that they used, and you've got the evidence that they did not give you informed consent and that you asked for information and they told you nothing, or they just told you the propaganda line of safe and effective, you may have a really great civil suit. And you may be able to get your care paid for, and you may be able to get yourself on the vitamins and supplements and the herbs and the remedies that you actually need to help yourself get better. We should be coming back on here shortly with more speakers. People are starting to file back in from the lunch break. Newfoundland's hurting. Kellyanne's telling me I need to eat something. So I got her some chips. But Kellyanne, I can split them and I'll tie us over until dinner. I did a lot of prep last night. I was up till 2:30 in the morning prepping our dinner for today because we know this is going to end somewhere around 4 or 5. And then we have another social meeting to go to tonight at 7. So we only have about an hour, if we're lucky, 2 hours in between. So we did a lot of prep last night. So we got stuff in the crock pot. The potatoes are cooked. The salad's ready to go. We're going to eat healthy and naturally. And that's the key, folks. They're also messing with our food. So you need to start to take matters in your own hand. You need to start learning how to cook from scratch and how to read labels. It's a really great app that Chris and I used. I think it's called Yucca or Yucca. And it'll read the labels for you and tell you whether it's good or not. We spend lots of time now. If we want bread, then we actually scan every little bread label. We buy the best bread that we possibly can after doing that. It's just something to take another step in taking care for yourself, taking the responsibility back for yourself. Because we know the government's not willing to take that responsibility on. And if we leave it to the government, all they're going to do is poison you. So we need to start learning how to garden again. We need to start learning how to read labels again. We need to start learning life skills, how to cook from scratch, and what are nutritious things to eat and what are not good for you to eat. And everybody is different. Everybody needs different nutrients in order to work properly. Maybe go and have your blood analyzed. There's a lot of people out there that are doing blood analysis, and that'll give you a really good cue or idea of what it is that your body needs, what it's missing in order to be working at its absolute best, in order to keep your immune system strong so that you can weather anything that comes at you. And remember, even if you didn't get the shot, there's still shedding going on, and people are being affected severely by the shedding. You have to get blood transfusions. That's a really scary place right now, and they're not allowing you to pick and choose where you get the blood from. And we know that the Red Cross is not testing the blood. So even though you stayed pure and you did your darndest to stay away from the shots, if you happen to have a car accident and need to get blood, it's not a good situation out there. And I don't know if there's a way to get a hold of unvaccinated blood banks, or if someone has started that. But if you have, thank you. Because if they don't get you at the shots, they'll try and get you any other possible way that they can, either through shedding or blood transfusions. Have y'all met Ed's dog? Isn't she beautiful? She rode up on our laps. She has managed to make it through the entire drive, and I didn't realize how tough it was to get to Newfoundland and how long it takes. We had to drive 19 hours just to get to the ferry in North Sydney, Nova Scotia, and then it's a 7-hour ferry ride over. And then we had another, I think it was an 8 or 9 hour drive to get to St. John's. It's a 2-day trip, folks. And Miss Bubba, that's Bubba the dog. She came and she weathered that trip with us. I've never seen a dog behave so well in a car for so long. She's been an absolute joy. That's good job creating right there. Uh, we're enjoying some hometown Newfoundland music. See if we can. Where are you going?
I don't want to. Were you able to share that?
Yeah, it's on TFM Report right now.
Okay.
And so it'll stay on our Rumble channel. When this is all done, it'll post and stay on Rumble. Yeah, so you're welcome. Yeah,
My
sure.
heart is aching.
There you go.
Gotcha. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Nothing left to me.
Uh,
Of my will you be there? When I come
more Newfoundland.
you
National news. There you go. Anytime on
time is taken.
Tell me I got
Nothing left to me.
That's awesome. He said he's second. Come back from break. Rod's amazing. People are starting to funnel back in. We'll be getting the show happening again and getting the speakers going again here shortly. As the crowd starts coming back in. This is good. That's Leanne. I believe Leanne will be speaking a little later. How you doing, everybody? There we go. Voila. About sharing our truth. We are sharing our truth. This is Leanne, and she is a fighter. So you're speaking later. Leanne will be speaking later. What are you talking to us about today, Leanne?
I'm pretty well going to hit on all topics as a resident here of Newfoundland and Labrador. What they would refer to as a layman Newfoundlander. You know, you're not in the government. Nobody knows your face. Nobody hears your voice. So I'll be talking about my small business, education, healthcare, mental health, everything that's touched my family, mainly since COVID. So I can't wait to share a little bit of my truth. And I'm hoping anyone who listens and hears, you know, can relate. If it hasn't happened to you, God bless you. If it has happened to you, you're not alone. And you know what? There's accountability somewhere. And we got to start digging through until we find it.
So what are you finding is the mood here in Newfoundland, or has been the mood? What are people angry about, I guess? Or are they angry?
Blue collar are angry that they can't get ahead. I was speaking with my husband last night, and he used this analogy where you have a 10-story building. You know, all different facets of the working crowd are on the bottom three levels. Feeding whoever's above. And whoever's above is relying on these three bottom floors. How would they get out and be free if we didn't let them out? We're asking them to do the same for us. Okay? We are the taxpayers. We are the ones in control. And for me, in my opinion, that bottom three floors, that's what runs this province.
Yes,
That's what keeps people in jobs, because we're giving it to them. And why we have to compete with all new Canadian or foreign entity or immigration and all that kind of stuff to try and build our population, give us our money back. Stop taxing us up to 50%. Stop charging us 15% sales tax on every facet of our life. every item in our whole rest of our paycheck that we get. Give us our money back so we can afford to stay in this province, so we can afford to raise our kids and give them an education, so we can afford to survive where we grew up, where our roots are. We're bitter because all our money is going in the pockets of the poor floor up for fucking everything. Taking away our education by chopping it down, and I'll speak to that. By devouring our health system over money in big pharma, which I will speak on. By deciding we need more taxes to fill our pockets for floor up, so that I no longer have small business, that I employed up to 15 people in a livelihood. The CRA, as I said in my live a couple of days ago, got us all choked to fucking death. Choked to death. And they're making up their own stories to try to get money no matter what way, shape, or form back, because once COVID money was released, they hired nearly everybody and their cat to try to find ways to get that money back, whether you owed it or not. And I'll talk about that. So we're angry. We're angry that we have nobody in our corner and how we have to fight for ourselves. Bullshit.
That seems to be the temperature everywhere. BC, Ontario, Quebec, Alberta. You know, as you said, we are the workers. We are what keep this country running. And yet, somehow we are a slave to the upper class, or a slave to the global predators. I like to call them the global predators. And they're the ones that make the rules for us. And we somehow blindly have complied, or silently have complied and gone along with this game. And it's time to stop.
Who allowed them the power? Who gave them the power? You know? We trusted them. We entrusted them. What they do. Why we're here today speaks for itself.
The accountability project. We've got to be accountable for ourselves. We've got to be accountable for what happens next. What happens tomorrow? It's on our shoulders. If we don't start making change and talking to each other and uniting over all the same problems, and we do all have the same complaints, the same problems, then we're going to be in big trouble. And if we don't start making some very strong choices, our children aren't going to have much of a future.
Hurting already.
Thank you,
Hurting
everybody.
already.
Thank you very much for.
My kids are in their 30s nearly, both of them.
Doing good work.
Yeah.
They'll never be able to, with this government, afford a house of their own. I can barely afford one, and I'm, 30 years into my mortgage.
So wrong.
And they're in jobs making more than my husband and I combined. And they still can't
And they
afford
still
it here.
can't.
How can you do it on $16 an hour? That only went up we'll say less than $10 in the last 30
Back to being
years.
the shortest person in the
Wrong.
Everything else went up, but not our paycheck.
Not our paychecks.
Nope. We're so excited to announce that the NLAP
We'll see more
is at like tens
the
of
end
thousands of people
shortly.
already across the nation. So this afternoon, we've got a mixed bag of nuts for you. We capped off most of the medical information this morning. And now we're going to go on to all of the really nitty gritty stuff involving government, impacts of their decision making, and some of the things that we are focusing on in the future to rectify in our province. So without further ado, I'd like to bring up Leanne Clarke. She's a small business person who is thriving and striving and has had really crazy things happen in her life as a result of government overreach and policies not based on science. We go next.
Thank you, Dana. Thanks to all of you who showed up today
Closer with the mic.
to speak your truth, to tell your stories. Sorry, Dana caught me. Well, I was chopped down a piece of chocolate. It doesn't go away fast. I stand before you today as a person with a few examples of why Newfoundlanders are bitter right now, why they're having a hard time growing their families, why they're having a hard time bringing home the bacon. Dana and I go way back. We share the same career. We've been doing it for 30 years. It's a care job where we have people right here next to us at all times telling us their stories of their lives, of their hardships, of their strengths or their weaknesses or whatever. So I deem what we do, some people might just only want to say, oh, well, you're just a hairdresser or you're just a barber. We're essential to people's mental health in a lot of ways. We weren't looked at as essential during COVID. They shut us down. They had us do without. They took our community away from us that we relied on for our own mental health, for my own paid bills, for my own kids' safety. They took that away from me then. And I'll tell you a little bit of a story that closes that out now shortly. I started 30 years ago, like Dana, in the beauty industry with like all full of piss and vinegar. Oh, I'm going to make a difference. I'm going to make a difference. I'm going to be creative. I'm going to change things. I did. After all this time, I had an award-winning barbershop. I'm a post-secondary educator. I'm a master in a lot of facets of what I do in my industry. Not without hard work and everyday strife and sacrifice from my family letting me do it to build my career. Let's talk about COVID. Pre-2019, I had my first location that I opened in 2010 as a woman-based business, a female entrepreneur, hiring up to 15 female staff at one point. I originally went to my government and I asked them to give me a little leg up to get started. There was nothing for me. I'm just a Newfoundlander, born and bred, roots deep. What was their return on me? For 2019, I had my second location at a spite. I would have been in my third location, only in 2020, COVID shut the doors on me. Luckily, after that, I was able to reopen when it nearly sucked every dollar there was out of me because you got to pay for PPE and everything in your salon to keep you safe and 6-foot distances and get the shot and the sanitation products and all this kind of yep. And so I spent a lot of money trying to keep my business alive, money that I don't have as a brick and mortar shop, mom and pop shop. I don't have franchise, COVID relief, safe bank accounts, contingencies to rely on. So what did I do? Well, a lot of people are damn well sorry they did now. I relied on my government. And I got funds to help keep me stay open until they decided I needed to be paid back, which was after the very first day I freaking opened. They wanted me to pay back that money when we're what? 5 years after and we're still not rebounded in small business? We're still not rebounded. But they expect that money back.
Yep.
During the years since 2019, we'll say, in my business, because I accepted federal funding to keep my business open, in their good graces, I might add, or whatever, they decided to red flag me and give me a 4-year audit. Where a piece of paper came in the mail to me one day telling me that CRA was of the opinion that I owed $195,000 in unreported revenue. I'm a barbershop with $20 haircuts. How to Christ do I hide an extra $195,000 when I'm paying through the nose monthly for payroll, when I'm paying quarterly GST that we should not be having to pay anyway? They want all that back, and they wanted their COVID money back. That's so funny. I didn't find it funny. I never fell to my knees in my driveway when I opened my letter. But I said, nope, not happening to me. I fought them on it. I appealed it 18 times. I did the work because I can't afford an accountant to back me up. As a barbershop or a salon owner or a hairstylist or anybody who has that kind of dough to fight CRA in a 4-year audit. So I fought them. This is so funny. At the end of it, I got a refund. I got a refund because I was right. Because I stuck to my guns. Because I didn't let the government kick me in the arse till I had no power left. I took back my power. I used my power. And I won that.
You should have told them you're from Ukraine.
I'm going there. I'm getting that to that point. Okay? So here comes 2025 after all that sacrifice and scrimping and saving and trying to rebound in my own livelihood. In 2023, I had to close my first location and let go of people I was keeping in a livelihood, which is very and extremely important to me. I let that go and I said, okay, well, I'll merge whoever I have left into the second location. But through COVID, something happened with people. The public's minds changed. The staff's minds changed. Family became a priority. Their health became a priority because it was obvious things weren't going well in people's lives. So they went back to their hometowns, or they went on and did other things in their career that didn't risk their health like hairdressing did. So I had very few employees to pick from to try to merge and keep my second location going. That was 2023. In February of 2025, I closed my second location. Because through what I will blame COVID on, my employees were sick 50% of the time that they returned back from COVID. How can I, as a small business owner, stay in business, keep them in a livelihood when the public are still scared? Or they don't have the money and they haven't rebounded. They can't come in for what is now deemed a luxury service to get their hair cut or talk to their barber or their stylist. So I reached out to our government yet again. I said, okay, third time's a charm. I reached out to our Minister of Immigration, Growth and Skills, Sarah Studley. I wrote her a very heartfelt, candid 5-page letter asking her if there was any way, shape, or form after all the years my business has paid millions in taxes, can you help me get over this next hump with my business? I'm at the first quarter in 15 years in business that I'm afraid I cannot pay. Can I get some help? And I made reference to some people who have recently just come to our province, who got awarded $1.1 million
to help grow her business, to teach 100 women in Newfoundland how to sew, because they are newcomers as well. I recall, since I'm born, having something crocheted or knit or sewn or whatever on me by the women, the mothers, the grandmothers, the daughters, the aunts, the cousins of Newfoundland, who I'm sure never got paid $1 million to teach somebody how to do it. Why do I have to, as a rooted Newfoundlander, compete with a 6-year resident when the generations before me has paid for your jobs? Why do I have to compete? I'm not prejudiced. I don't want to be looked at as a bigot. But you know what? Fair is fair. Fair is fair. We have to accommodate and change all of our lifestyle to bring newcomers here and show them, oh, what wonderful people we are. Yes, we are wonderful people. But how can we not feel bitter by our government deciding their families need to be fed more than mine does? Their houses need to be paid for before mine does. Their children need all their back to school supplies and all their clothing and all their lunch money and all their health care as a priority over mine. Sarah Studley sent me back a reply that said, oh, I'll pass you on to one of my team. Okay. So Joanne Whaley sends me an email and says, read your letter. What can I do? I told her what she could do. Are there some programs that I can apply for? Please God, there's some grants because I'm in a tough spot. They send me back 3 links on how to employ newcomers. Okay? How to employ newcomers. And in the fine print, on the very last line of one of those links was a slap in my face, because it said, anybody employed before the application of this program, do not apply. Will not be considered. I asked in my letter to keep the employees I had on hand in a livelihood. I wanted to keep my employees who worked hard for me already, who have already paid their dues, paying taxes to the Newfoundland government and their families before them. I wanted help to keep them in a livelihood. I'm sorry, Leanne, we have no programs for that. Okay. So I quietly went home and had to make a very detrimental decision to my family's livelihood. A livelihood that has affected my mental health. My husband said to me one day desperately, I need a healthy partner. And I need you to stop crying over this business. Let's talk about mental health for a second and how it has affected my family. My daughter, from a young age, was diagnosed incorrectly 3 times up to this point, panhandled medications to take care of this, that, that they said she might have had, with very little study, with very little observation, with very little checking back up on or whatever else like that. She's after being on through so many medications in 20 years to only have done her own homework because they wouldn't tell her anything about her blood. Her blood is immunocompromised. She's had the COVID shot, unfortunately. Through misdiagnoses over the years and having to wean off all these pills that just don't take a day to stop taking, they had to ruin her lives her life for months and months at a time until she leveled out again, keeping her from holding down a good job, from being as educated as she needed and wanted to be. Until recently, when she did the homework on her blood and found out that she's got a lot of shit going on based on side effects of the medication she was peddled. My daughter started this 20 years ago to try to get better. And do you know, trying to protect her mental health, she was at the Health Science Center 4 times this month for 20 plus waiting hours to get sent home because they thought, oh, well, you're only asking for opioids. She says, I don't even take a fucking Advil. But she said, I'm here because something's wrong with my body. We just found out that my daughter at 34 years old, her liver and kidneys are working like somebody in their 60s. She can't rebound from that. She can do everything possible to try to refrain from taking Big Pharma any further, which she's trying to do. She's down to 1 pill now. And she is now doing her upgrading to be a vet tech. She's sickly, but she's doing it because she will not back down either. My son and his girlfriend have good jobs. They're on salary. They're making more than my husband and I combined.
I have not been up there.
But they won't be able to afford to buy their own house. Our government has everything shagged up. I can't even, if I even owned a cabin outside of my main residence, I cannot give that to my son to live in without capital gains being charged to him. I can't give it away. How's that going to happen? How's he going to survive? Paying somebody else's rent just to help them, but the cost of living keeps going up and up and up and up. They'll never be able to move out on their own. How will they afford to have children? Any kind of a comfortable life? I don't see it. He's nearly 30 years old himself, working since he's, 16 years old. I've been working 38. But I'll finish this off by moving into healthcare. Wait now, one more. Education. As a post-secondary educator, I gave up and went back behind the chair because I miss my community, I miss my creativity. But the government chopped the curriculum down for what I was teaching down to next to not even a third of what I thought was relevant to teach my students. And I see one of them outstanding in this audience. Hey, Michelle? They wanted to chop the curriculum down so far that they wanted my signature to go on them as subpar students, and they accepted that. I resigned. My integrity was worth more to me than that. And I accepted any student who wanted to come and stand in my shop, and I will apprentice you there. And I will teach you and I'll show you whatever it is I have to know. And a half a dozen of those people end up being employees of mine because I was the only one to show them enough of what they needed to know to go out and face the real world, whereas the institutes are being pushed on by our government because what they decide how the public is going to keep people in jobs, how the public is going to, educate their staff. There was a committee in skills and trades when I did my Red Seal. Not one of them was an industry person. How can they tell me or tell anyone in those teaching institutes what's relevant for a stylist or a barber to know? How would they know? They're not an industry person. It blows my mind how, in this economy, the government can expect to offer an education that puts out subpar experienced students, but charges them as much or more
Anyway, they don't have enough to give them an education for the students to come out and feel confident in what they do. When I was teaching and before I taught, where I taught had a 95% hiring rate. Right now, there might be a 5% who stay in the industry after they come out of school. Which hurts me because this industry was everything to me. Everything to my staff. And I'm disappointed in government. And the government dictates what happens to healthcare. In 2019, I lost my mom's partner to stage 4 heart disease. After being on the heart transplant list for 10 years, they took him off, giving him no further hope because his organs had failed him while he was waiting. And on September 9th, 2019, he passed away. Since 2019, in 2020, I lost an uncle and a cousin to pancreatic cancer. In 2023, I lost my father to a heart attack and stroke, but not after myself and my sister looked after him in Gander Hospital 18 hours a day on the stroke and dementia ward because there wasn't enough nurses there to care for him. We did everything from feed the other patients to change the freaking beds for 3.5 months straight. During that time, reluctantly, I got my second shot, Moderna. 3:45 in the afternoon, I got that shot. 9 o'clock that night, because I had to, no other choice, sleep in my camper for 3 months to take care of Dad, because I live in St. John's area. I had to live out there for 3 months because there wasn't enough staff in Gander Hospital, heart, stroke, and dementia ward to care for him, in my opinion. But I got the shot 3:45 in the day. 9 o'clock that night, I lost all feeling from my waist down. I said, oh my God, what's this now? I said, okay, well, I've got a bit of, fibromyalgia, stuff like that going on. Okay, I'll just pass it off to that. I went to bed and I shook myself through the whole night. I was in the most pain I was ever in my entire life. And I was in 2 motorcycle accidents under induced coma. And it never hurt me like it did that night. I got up the next day and I said, okay, I'm going to face this. I got to go I got to go help Dad. I got to the hospital and I couldn't breathe. My sister said, my God, what's going on with your voice? I said, I don't know. I went through this last night. Let's hope it passes. I was walking around with walking pneumonia for 2 months. In the middle of July. Ironic that it was right after my shot. That was 2023. Oh, sorry, 2021. 2021 that was. 2021, right in the height of COVID. In 2023, I lost another aunt to pancreatic cancer. I lost my mother to what they call the catastrophic event. She had a brain aneurysm 1 hour after she came home taking care of that other sister with pancreatic cancer. She came home to take care of her health and go to her doctors who she had waited 3 years to see, internal medicine. She needed her gallbladder out for 3 years. My mom was 70 years old when she passed. 70, she'd call it. She was going to see internal medicine the very next day. She was home 1 hour and she died. But she had 1% left. 1% life-saving ability left. We took her to the hospital. She was put in ICU. She was there for 14 days. I was showed her scan, and I sat in the office, had a meeting with my brother and the doctors, and I said, I have something to say. My mother lived with me. My mother is often pegged as my twin, all hers. Best honor of life, Mom, thanks. I said to that doctor, my mother had these things wrong. My mother has been waiting for years to get these things addressed, hopefully fixed. My mother was home 1 hour before the next day she was going to see eternal medicine, and she's here. It's my opinion that it's Eastern Health's fault. My mom is in that bed dying. And you know what that doctor said to me? You would not be wrong. Wow. I had to walk out of there with my tail between my legs because I knew I had no fucking recourse. And I watched my mom die. My mom took that aneurysm on the very same day her partner died 3 years prior. But let me tell you something. My mom would have said, I'm leaving this world. What have I got to show for it? Let me tell you something. My mom was able to donate 2 of her kidneys. She's somewhere here in the Maritime Provinces. Gotta love her. And I got response from one of the recipients to say how well their lives are doing now. I got a reality check when I had to close my second business because it was never about the money for me. It was the care for my community. It was the care for my public. It was the care for my family. It was the care for my job. The care for my life because the government was strangling me every which way I turned. The reality check was when I gave that up, the weight was all of a sudden lifted off my shoulders. And I listened to what my husband said about needing a healthy partner. Stop crying over that business, love, is not worth it. I'm 52 and my mom died at 70. I'm scared fucking shitless that every family member who died since 2019, oh, I forgot one. My aunt died in February. 3 years being told she had a bacterial lung infection, only to find out 3 years later she's stage 4 lung cancer, leaving her kids and grandkids behind. The reality check was for me, I may only have precious years left to live, and I'm going to live them my way. Thank you.
Well, if that don't bring you to tears, nothing will. Wow. It's really, really interesting when we call on the people and we allow them to speak the alternative side of the story that you get from CBC, NTV, and VOCM. How many families have reached out in crisis to this multimedia organizations that is funded in part by the Liberal government to be told that your story doesn't matter, that your voices do not matter? Well, here in Newfoundland with the NLAP program, we care about what everybody has to say because our voices need to matter now. What is it I heard on the news, or one of my friends was speaking on a podcast the other day? We're in the 11th hour, people. We're in the 11th hour, and we're going to try to save something for our children, for our health care, for our people that depend on their jobs to feed their families. So thank you, Leanne, for sharing that with us today. So we do have some friends that have come across the country to kick you guys in the arse. And I don't just mean kick you as in Newfoundlanders and Labradorians, but I mean the whole godforsaken country. Stop listening to CBC and the bedtime stories and give people the credit that they deserve, the ones that have toed the line, the ones that have been speaking the truth from the beginning. And I brought some of them here to Newfoundland, and these are my best friends because we have our own family. That when it comes down to the final wires, we're going to count and depend on each other. And the best thing that you could do is join our family because we see things. I'm going to bring up Rambling Ron, and I'm not going to tell him what to say. He has no directive. He's here to put in his 2 cents to try to kickstart this nation into holding those accountable.
Just short. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First off, I want to thank you all for coming out here today. I know for the podcasters out there right now, the wind is out there and it's hitting our microphones and it's scrambling, but we're doing the best that we can do. But I guarantee you the weather right here is a lot better than what it was in Ottawa when we stood there for those 21 days. So my name is Ron Clarke. I'm known as Ron Clarke Freedom Advocate, and I've been advocating for years. The wind. But many of you know me for walking around the streets of Ottawa day and night filming of all the truth that was going on there. And we were helping others during the Freedom Convoy in Ottawa in 2022. I live in Alberta, but I come from 7 generations of Newfoundland. I'm now home on my soil. I may not be born here, but my family are all from Newfoundland. Generations of Newfoundlanders. And let me tell you, it shames me when I come home to look in these shops and these stores to see who is serving us. It's people from not here. It is time that we speak up and use our voices. We are losing our generations. We're losing our livelihood, and we are losing our way of life because we're sitting back and staying in silence for so long because we're afraid to offend somebody. We're afraid if somebody's going to think badly of us. No longer. As time seemed simpler when I was a child, I'm from Howley, Newfoundland, just outside of Deer Lake, where my parents lie in the local cemetery, along with my aunts, uncles, and cousins. Still, many reside there, but others have spread across the island, including my sister, who was laid to rest in Stephenville in 2023, and my mother in 2023. My parents taught me the importance of hard work, so I've been working since I was 14 years old in construction and oil and gas for 25 years. I've worked up in Fort McMurray, the capital of Newfoundland. That's what they called it for the longest time. I've worked alongside of many of Newfoundlanders, hardworking men and women. In the last 5 years, I have seen a drastic change in health industry and the economy. What led me to Ottawa in 2022 came down to what experiences me and my family were enduring at the time. A wake-up call, if you could say. Don't worry, Dana, you're going to get rambling around in a couple of seconds.
Come on, Ron, give her.
My wife of 27 years, bedridden, and off for 3 years with paralysis, blood clots, heart conditions, among other things. My family's health and my own was also being affected. I was in the hospital with my wife in 2022, watching the news and wondering why they are saying the very hospital that I'm sitting in is packed full of sick people. Well, I walked around that hospital If you let me in that hospital, I'm going to roam. So my spidey senses kicked in, and I didn't stop there. My wife and I have spent almost every day since researching everything you can think of. And it's amazing what you can find when you actually paying attention. And for many years, we weren't. When you're busy working all the time and you're raising our two children, you don't realize what you're missing, nor do you care really until it affects you. Well, not only did it affect me, it took an effect on my whole family, as well as many loved ones that I have met along the way. This is where I had to understand policies or politics and how it worked. I'm not political. Everybody who knows me knows that. I'm not an expert by any means, but I now understand it more. I come from a long line of liberal voters in Newfoundland and would ask them why they voted that way. Their response is always the same. My mother voted that way. My grandparents voted that way. My great grandparents voted that way. It is always the exact same thing over and over. Most did not even know anything about politics. They just voted what their parents did. Newfoundland has been dominantly liberal for decades. My father would tell me stories about the fisheries and how the Chinese boats came here and fished out the oceans and started canning on the water instead of bringing the fish back to the factories. They came here and fished everything out because we allowed them to be here. Now we face more hardships in the fisheries with the unions not pushing hard enough for the industry and the workers. Oil, mining, lumber, real estate, healthcare, also many industries being affected in Newfoundland with a population just over 510,000. 232,000 people are on assistance, old age security, disability, unemployment insurance, and that number continues to climb year over year. Industry in Newfoundland has been declining as tech and emissions agendas go on the rise. Many younger generations have been left to find work outside of the province because they can't afford to stay. Newfoundland has one of the largest unemployment rate over a year at 10.5%, but on an average 15.6%. 30% of the people in Newfoundland don't have a family doctor. Just 10 years ago, that number was sitting at 11%. Windmill projects affect the moose, birds, and game population as well as the farms. In my rural town in Alberta, many windmills have gone up, and you can ask many of them how it's affected fertility along. I love Newfoundland and the people, but what I don't like is seeing them being taken advantage of. I've lost 5 family members in the last 3 months. 3 times that in the last 2 years. 15 more the year before. That life is short and we aren't promised tomorrow. So what you do today counts. Many people can talk a good game, and I call it a game because we're pawns among kings and queens. My king is up there, and my queen is home in Alberta watching me right now. But no matter what they promise, look into their history and what promises have actually been met. I'm a true believer of faith, driven man who wants to leave my children and grandchildren a better future, a prosperous future with opportunity, good health, and no debt. We know we need to focus on the well-being of others, and to do that, we need unity, positive change. I focus on the nobodies. I'm a nobody. But it's going to take the nobodies in this world to make that change. We're the backbone of this country. Left wing or right wing, you need both wings to fly. Last year before my mom passed, she told my family, she would never tell me personally. I think Ron is onto something and doing something great, but she would never tell me to my face. I'm what you call a Newfoundland and a hard ticket. So I will continue this crusade until my last breath, because once you see it, you can't unsee it. I was taught, if you see it, you own it. The time for turning a blind eye is over, and the time for communicating is needed. If we could all just put our differences aside and come to the table and have a constructive conversation, we'd be better off. For those of you that are spirit-driven, please remember, you can't lean on a shovel and pray for a hole. So keep using that most powerful tool that you possess. It's your voice. Now this is where we get to ramble for a little bit.
Yes.
We need more. They have more greed. We need more need. We're being taxed to death with nothing in return. Did you know that Canada, G7, we're the lowest on the totem pole? But yet you hear our government time and time again, G7, G7, the G20. For what? They haven't built nothing new for decades. No infrastructure, no new jobs, no nothing. But they seem to give all of our money out to different countries, don't they? Like I always say, the Liberals and Conservatives are the same bird. What we need is change. What we need is independent. What we need is people who are willing to stand up. And when they do get into that power, to hold them accountable. When the government fears the people, that is called liberty. But when the people fear the government, that is tyranny. Obviously, you can see today that we're sitting in tyranny. If you look around the world, all these fires that are happening all over the place, kind of makes you wonder about something, doesn't it? In Alberta, they're building a carbon capture plant. I attended that meeting, and now I'm banned from Innisfail because I spoke up.
Way to go.
But if you look around the world with all the fires going on, they're there for a reason. Those trees that they capture are carbon. But if we get rid of them, they can build a capturing carbon facility, can't they? You want to talk about corruption? Let's talk about police detective Helen Gruss, found guilty of one count of discreditable conduct under the Police Service Act in Ontario. You know what for? Gruss, the police officer who investigated a burst of sudden death infants in Ottawa during the pandemic. She did her job. She seen there was a high spike in deaths. She took it upon herself to investigate it. Now she's being charged because it wasn't her decision to make. It was unauthorized. I call bullshit on that. Isn't the police supposed to look out for us and stand up for us? But when they do, they get punished just like us. I call the police officers policy enforcers. That is it. Because our government, they put new rules and regulations and bylaws to stop us from standing up. Why? Because we proved that in 2022 when we stood in Ottawa, when the country finally came together. The biggest fear they have is when we come together. It scares the shit out of them.
Right on. Yes, sir.
That's what scares them. Us coming together, standing up. We deserve better. We're being taxed to death. Sitting in waiting rooms in the hospital for hours upon hours to see a doctor. To yet, I will send you to a specialist. Where then you wait 6 months to a year to 2 years for some MRIs or surgeries. And then time you get diagnosed, it's too late. You have some miraculous cancer. Remember stage 1, stage 2 cancers? Yeah, they're gone. You get cancer now at stage 4. They don't care about us. They never did. They care about the money and the power. Talk about the time that we're in. We have so much technology at our fingertips today, but yet we have more diseases sitting here today killing us. They spend millions and billions of dollars on research. We have no cures. Can you imagine you sitting there getting hundreds of millions of dollars for research on a cure, and you finally come up with one? That money stops. But if you don't have a cure, the money keeps coming, right? They don't care about us. It is time that we come together and stand together and say, you know what? We've had enough. You're going to listen to us. Use the most powerful gift you have. It is your voice. Stop allowing the government, their handouts. They just dangle carrots in front of your face, handing out free money to other people in other countries before they look after our own. We have veterans sitting in food banks, living in their vehicles.
They're not handing out free money, they're handing out our money.
Oh, they're definitely handing out our money. But when's it going to stop? It stops today with each and every one of us coming together here. I love Newfoundland. It's a beautiful place. Just look around. It's not what it was 20, 30 years ago. I was shocked when I went into a grocery store last night. I'm not going to tell you what I seen, but it's definitely a wrong color, if we put it that way. It's shameful watching our livelihoods disappear in such a beautiful country. It is time that we stand up. And you look at this Canada now, Team Canada. Where was Team Canada years ago? Where was Team Canada when we stood in Ottawa in the freezing cold standing up for this country? For over 3 years, I've flown a Canadian flag on my truck, and you know what I got? I got a finger. I got a great big FU. And then all of a sudden, the orange man on the other side of our border. But anyways, right now, all the blame is on the United States. Let me tell you one thing. Donald Trump had nothing to do with all the corruption and what is happening in our country today. That is our government that did that. But they're using it for a campaign right now for their election. That's what they're using right now. They're using Donald Trump for their campaign. But I haven't heard one thing in that campaign yet, that they're going to give us back our free speech. They're going to get rid of Bill C-11, Bill C-18. They're going to start taking care of Canadians. No, they're fighting each other. Those parties only care about themselves and their party members. Yep. And as long as you guys keep paying your taxes and keep sending money to that corporation, they love you. But the second you stand up and use your voice, you get punished. We still got bank accounts frozen from that Freedom Convoy. We got people still going to court 3 years later for that convoy. Just that alone is their punishments. But it is time that we take back our voices, take back our country, tell the government to pound salt up their ass, leave us alone, and let us do what we do best. We can survive out here. We can barter and trade. We can do all those great things. We've been doing it for decades. But as soon as the government gets their hands on your money, they like to control you. But that's got to stop. Put our differences aside, put our egos aside. Stand up for what we were supposed to do, is protect our family and our futures. There was something that was taught to me by a great man that's no longer with me. There's two things you do not mess with. Don't mess with my money, and don't mess with my family. And let me tell you, the government has done both of those things. No longer. I will use my voice every single day to stand up and fight for each and every one of you guys, but we got to have each other's backs. Where's the fact checkers for mainstream media? Yeah. Can you imagine if they fact checked them? There would no longer be any mainstream media. But we're fact checked. The independent media, the ones that are out here not being paid to be here to tell you the truth and what's going on in our country. You can't even see content outside of our country. Not available in Canada. You deserve the truth. You deserve to know what's going on around the world and in your own country. But let me tell you, I'm sick and tired of the bullshit from the mainstream media. How they're propped up and paid for by our money.
Prostitutes.
The bureaucrats have got to go. Those non-elected officials need to go. How many, put a hands up here right now, guys, who voted for your new prime minister to be put in power? Apparently 131,000 people in our country put that prime minister in power. Nobody voted for that prime minister. He was appointed there. So when you tell me to get out and vote to make a difference, I call bullshit. Because they seem to appoint whoever they want, when they want. They control you at every hour. Every time you turn around, they're watching you. They're listening to you. Do you know why you don't have much of a police force out here? Because half of them are sitting in the back room watching our videos, finding out what we're doing. That is the truth. Like I said, we're the independent media, but we're the ones being treated like shit out here. We're the conspiracy crazy people. That's Dana in Newfoundland. She's the crazy one for speaking up. But listening to these stories with the vaccine injured, it saddens my heart. Remember when you were told all the time it's safe and effective, safe and effective? How many times have you heard that word? On every single platform out there, safe and effective. And then you take that the jab, and look what happened. There's people dying constantly out there. There's people with so many different side effects that are ruining their lives because that government and mainstream media told you it was safe and effective. Well, the rest of us were screaming, don't touch it. Don't touch those jabs. But remember, you were never forced to take those jabs. When you have Justin Trudeau standing there, don't think you're going to get on a plane or a train or in a restaurant if you don't take that jab. 2 weeks to flatten the curve of my ass. And just remember, the ones that we're dealing with are the ones that followed those arrows around your grocery stores, thinking it was going to save their lives. I went down every single aisle the wrong way just to piss people off. I walk around in public every single day wearing this kind of stuff. I choose to stand. I choose to speak up, and I don't care what my neighbors think about me. I will continue to speak the truth to the last breath in my body, whenever that may be. I love each and every single one of you guys, and I want you to know I'm standing with you on whatever journey may come, but it's going to take each and every one of us to save this country. And if you want Team Canada, you can start by hiring Canadians. Right. That's where it starts. Right. Look after your own people. And it is our time in this life right now to stand up and fight the same fight that our veterans fought for us, for our rights and freedoms that are being stripped from us. It is our turn. So when you guys are ready, I'm ready. So on that note, guys, I love you guys. Keep fighting the hard fight. And don't let anybody take away your dignity.
And Mark Carney is an American, and he lives, and he has all these money offshore in the hidden accounts. And not only that, but he owes the Chinese government $250 billion, which he negotiated a loan while he was representing Canada when Trudeau was Prime Minister. But he won't talk about that. He won't disclose the fact that he's economically under the control of China, and he's going to be our Prime Minister.
Not yet.
Good job.
11th hour, Peter. We're in the 11th hour. We still have an hour to go. We got lots of people that are going to stand up in this country because we won't tolerate it. Thank you so much, Ron, for that very powerful speech. Holy cow. Talk about rambling Ron. If that doesn't put a spring in your step, like will, right?
That's what you're doing.
So,
Oh, you should see Raging around.
I said that I brought some of my friends from across the country. And some, you believe it or not, I bleed for these people if required. And I never ever got to meet them face to face. So it's been a really rewarding experience to actually get to see them, hug them, touch them, and feel them because their energy is amazing. And I have a special sister that's come all the way from British Columbia. Serena Winterburn. She's Indigenous. She is a freaking powerhouse. You know, a little story about her before I introduce her. We did the 1 million March for Children. It was born in Newfoundland and Labrador for the freedom side of things. And I watched as each province we were watching, we were like, okay, we made it through St. John's, Newfoundland. Nobody got arrested. Nobody got hurt. I was like, okay, we made it through Halifax. Nobody got hurt. You know, by the time I hit, Alberta, I was like, oh, I think we're clear. And I want to let you know that she might be small and she has a soft voice and a tender heart. But when she was faced with adversary in British Columbia against a raging group of Antifa that is funded in part by the Liberal government, she stood strong for the children from coast to coast in this nation. Her voice resonates with millions, and she is a warrior, not only to the Indigenous population, but to the people that still believe that Canada is a country. All yours, Serena.
Thank you, Newfoundland, for having me. I'm honored to be here. And as Dana said, I came all the way from Vancouver Island from the Pacific Ocean. So I have to give you guys the little bit here. I come with a built-in megaphone. It's if I get passionate and I get going, you guys got to do this. And that means I got to take a step back because if I don't, they're going to hear me on Vancouver Island. So you guys go ahead and do this if it gets too loud. Now, I'm Cree and Palestinian. My dad was a Palestinian immigrant. And my mom is Cree. I am a status holding Indian, as are my children. We are from Sucker Creek First Nation in Alberta. And I come from a line where my chapan, which means great grandfather, was an orator of Treaty 8, which means he helped to orate and negotiate Treaty 8, him and his brother Kinuseo, on behalf of the Cree people. He had a powerful voice and was known for his powerful voice in speaking on behalf of the people, which I've inherited his gift. When I first stepped out, it was as a matriarch because I was initiated as a matriarch by my elders. And I stepped out because the prime minister at the time had said that I was a racist and a misogynist. And I needed to step forward because I was stepping forward against something that wasn't true. When we hold an eagle feather, it means that we're speaking truth. It means we're speaking the highest truth, the Creator's truth, God's truth, natural and sacred law. It's above men and women and against these systems that I call the architectural framework of our governance. Right now, from coast to coast, we can see that something is going on and far beyond coast to coast. We see the legislation changing. We see the land use bylaws changing. We see NGOs and ENGOs, non-government organizations and environmental non-government organizations coming forward. And we see this happening all the way here in the Maritimes and all the way on the West Coast. I had the opportunity and the privilege to stand with the fishermen on the west coast of Vancouver Island because the fishing grounds were being closed down, because they were using faulty scientific data, because the orcas who lived up on that mountain, according to their faulty data, were feeding in grounds that were too shallow. Now, if that doesn't make any sense, it's because it doesn't make any sense what I just said. And those fishermen were able to come forward and have those grounds reopened up. We see these same issues happening here on this coast, but there's something deeper going on. We see the divide of left and right. We see liberal this and Green Party that and NDP Party this and the liberals and the conservatives, and we want to blame everyone. but it's all the same system. We can't afford to blindly follow any party or any representative. We can't afford to vote for someone because our parents and our grandparents did, because we see those same issues in our First Nations communities. If I go home and I ask them why they were all voting Liberal, well, because in that moment it seemed like our voices were being heard and we were getting the big carrot. We have to understand that these systems are corralling us, all of us. It's not left and right anymore. It's not white and First Nations anymore. We heard something said not too long ago, and I saw my TikTok blow up. And I'm going to say we have an obligation to hear everyone, even if it's said with a little less tact and not as graceful as the way others might say it. What are they speaking to? What are the issues going on right now, coast to coast, that we don't get to speak to because they're too controversial? The same issues that have silenced our people for a very long time are the same issues that are now silencing all of you. The medical experimentation, and we can laugh at this, but there was a Freedom of Information by Dr. Tam just released of the medical experimentation taking place on the Inuit children with RSV. What's the difference between a medical clinical trial and medical experimentation? The public's knowledge and consent to participate. This has been going on. We can romanticize that it's only been going on for the last 4, 5, 6 years, but this has been going on this soil for a very long time. And so this is beyond left and right, white and First Nation, immigrants, and generationally born. This is about recognizing that this is the deception of people. We are constantly and have been pitted against each other for generations. I'm going to go back to our fishermen because this is a great example. On the West Coast, and I'm going to say it's no different here on the East Coast. And I think that you guys do a better job showing this and demonstrating this. When they pit our First Nations fishermen against our non-First Nations fishermen, and then our First Nations step forward and to begin to invest in the infrastructure, into canneries and fisheries. But they're closing down the fishing grounds with faulty data. And this is crashing the economy of our local fishing villages on the West Coast. But not only that, it's pulling out the economic foundation of our First Nations before they even have a chance and crashing the economy there. And if we can't see how they are doing this with each demographic individually, including our social justice warriors, and it doesn't matter if it's the rainbow flag or the Every Child Matters or the Red Dress Movement or the Black Lives Matter or your Canadian corporate symbol either. Because that's what they all are. And we need to recognize we're talking about corporations, not people. And that's the big deception that takes place. We are not our corporate symbols. We are not our corporate identities. That's marketing. Identities as men and women come from here. Who we are as men and women. Who we are in our spirits. Who we are in our values, our morals. How we take care of our families and our communities. Our infrastructure is overrun. And that is happening coast to coast. And that has nothing to do with skin color. but that has everything to do with what is happening in our communities. In British Columbia, we have a 10-year wait list for BC housing. A 10-year wait list for BC housing in British Columbia. And our infrastructure is being overrun. We have nowhere for our families to go, for our seniors to go. They're increasing our property tax. They're taxing people out of house and home. Now I know that I hear each and every one of you echoing this. But those who aren't homeowners and aren't losing their homes, that means our rent goes up. And I remind you again, a 10-year wait list for housing. Now, they used to be able to take those families and put them in hotels and motels and to fund that. But that infrastructure is already taken with immigrants and refugees. And that's fact. So where are these family members going? Where are our vets going and our single moms and our widows? Where are our working class families going?
Tent City,
To tent cities.
TNT, Tent City.
Yeah, absolutely. But you know what else? They're being pushed and forced out on the street. We look at what's happening with the fentanyl. And British Columbia, we have a great example in the media of what's been going on there with our health officials and the conflicts of interest there. And what they are doing to each and every one of our families and our communities from coast to coast. My brother died on the street in September of a fentanyl overdose. And my family is not unique to this situation. Because when I walk out there, it's not unique to any skin color or any demographic. They are crashing our social foundations and our economic foundations. And they told us they would do this. They told us they would do this. And that is exactly what we're living through. And if we don't recognize that we are not these corporate symbols, and we are not the divide of white and brown and First Nation and Canadian and immigrant, but we are the men and women, and these are our families and our communities, and we have a responsibility to move past the narratives and the divide that is sown between us and recognize that it is up to each of us to bring these controversial conversations out into the open and not to ram left, right, white, brown, immigrant, Canadian, First Nations, white, but to recognize we are all men and women, and each and every one of our children are the ones who are going to be enslaved and hurt by this. And none of our families are exempt from this. None of our families, from the reserves, from Newfoundland to Vancouver Island. This is happening to each and every one of us, and we need to see past the narratives now. It's each and every one of our responsibility. And we need to recognize that we need to dig deep and we need to see each other as men and women. And we're all speaking for our communities now. And we have a responsibility to hear each other. Hi, hi.
Whoa!
I bet everybody that's watching the internet today is just like vibrating with their coffees going, I wish I was there, I wish I was there. Thank you all for the support. While people are watching, if you guys wouldn't mind sharing this out, anybody that's on live, we have a special guest with us today. If you are following my social media activities, which I know that some of you are, I had the opportunity to sit in on a Supreme Court hearing about whether or not they were going to proceed with electoral fraud, or not electoral fraud, discrepancies. We'll be politically correct about it. We do have somebody here. His name is Jim Lester. He's been fighting for Newfoundlanders for a long time, and he's going to come up and say a few words. to let us know what's going on with that case and a little bit more information.
Good afternoon, everybody. As introduced, I'm Jim Lester, and don't be fooled by the sports jacket and clean attire. Half hour ago, I was up to my waist in cow manure trying to get a warrant cow to accept that she had twins and not just a single. So that was, I was actually going to wear my coveralls here, but they were just a little bit too dirty. Folks, in 2015, I was out in my carrot field and it was the fall harvest. And our province once again was going to unelect a government. And while I had no interest in politics, I do have an interest in the future of this province and the well-being of the people here. So I said, I'm going to put down my spade, my fork, and I picked up a election brochure and I started knocking doors. And not because I wanted to be a politician, but I did not agree that we were going to unelect a government versus elect a government. So I went door to door listening to the concerns of people. And since 2015, I've resolved that the biggest enemy of the people is apathy. Too many people have resigned to accept what comes our way is what we have to accept. Far too often do governments and administrations feed us our direction, whereas we should be dictating them. Most politicians, but and I'm sure you may agree with me, most politicians forget that they represent the people in government, not government to the people. And that's what we have to change. We have to ensure that there's a wide variety of candidates, a wide variety of views within government. And, I guess my claim to fame is that I'm the only politician, I guess, in Newfoundland's history that's ran four elections, and I only got 3 years of service. So I've actually had more elections than years of service. But I am going to run again in the upcoming provincial election. But in saying that, we went through a bit of a challenge last election in 2021. Number one, we had an unelected premier who went against the advice of a federal health committee and called an election in the middle of a pandemic when there was really no need. During that pandemic, there was things that the electoral officer, I'm alleging this because it's not yet proven in court, but I think we will actually have our day in court very soon, that the electoral officer went outside the parameters of legislation. So legislation is the law. The law is debated and represented by people who are elected by the people. So we had a bureaucrat who was going to make up his own rules, as far as I'm concerned, and conduct an election. Now, this bureaucrat is appointed by the existing administration. So regardless of what party it was, are we as a people going to say it's okay for a bureaucrat to ignore the law and make up their own rules? I think not. Okay. Absolutely not. So we're 4 years into it now, and we're still persevering. And just as of recent, the legal team representing the Elections NL and the legal team representing the current sitting members, they filed a petition of mootness, saying that because so much time has passed and there was not enough time to have a re-election or a vacation of seat, that we should discard this case. Now, we, along with our supporters, decided that's not the thing. That's not it. It's not about winning or losing. It's not about me becoming an MHA or anybody else. This is about the principle of our laws being ignored for political gain. And while these are, my thoughts are more or less at this point before the court, so they're not proven. But I can guarantee you that last election was a total manipulation of political will, and it was a disservice to democracy. In this country and countries around the world, people are the foundation of the country. People are the foundation of the prosperity of the country, of the free will. And if people are denied that voice through the manipulation of democracy, through the proliferation of apathy, we do not stand for a future. Just down over this hill here is the casket and the burial site of the unknown soldier.
Now, what was a soldier doing over in France? You know, at 18 years of age or 20 years of age? What were they doing? They were fighting to protect the rights and freedoms that we now enjoy. So, you know, when I see politicians standing around, be it at the grave of the unknown soldier or at a food drive or whatever it may be, they're forgetting about what they're elected for. They're elected to also look after the rights and freedoms of people. They're elected to create and amend public policy so that people don't have to depend on food banks. They don't have to depend on charity for the basic needs. Those are things that we have to change. And each one of us has that power to make that change in our voice. Fellow Canadians, Newfoundlanders and Labradorians, I want everybody to rise up and fight against what's coming against us. We have to make sure that the freedoms that we can remember, the freedoms that we still enjoy, stay with us and in future generations. I thank you all for the opportunity to come and speak here today, and I look forward to listening to more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that being said, it looks like Newfoundland's got its wheelhouse going in regards to election fraud. I think it was election fraud. I didn't get my ballot. Did you guys get your ballots?
No.
No. And I wonder if they actually looked at when they announced the Delta, if there was actually an increased hospitalization. My bet is no. So, all eyes on Newfoundland in regards to the election. So, going forward, we have to have a conversation about what's happening with our children in school. It's really insanity to me that people will be labeled homophobic, transphobic, phobic. I don't think it matters to the parents, the fathers, and the mothers what type of sexual orientation their teachers are. I think what parents are most concerned about is what they're learning in school, right? We want our children to learn ABCs, 1, 2, 3s. We want them to grow up and prosper. But when anybody stands up against the educational system, they're like, oh, they're just right-winged extremists that are homophobic and transphobic. So we've got a parent here who's been going through some things with his daughter. He's not phobic anything, and he's going to tell his story about his experiences with the Newfoundland School Board. Doug Healy?
So I don't do this for a living, so bear with me. See, I don't do this for a living. Try to do this. Is that better? Okay. I don't do this for a living, so it is what it is. In the last couple of years, my daughter's been having some trouble at schools. I'm not going to name any names right now because, well, I might get in some more trouble for it. I might call out some schools, but not some names. So, yeah, she's been afraid to go to school for the last 2 years. She's seen some things in school. She's been taught some things in school that was against, well, her family values, and she did not approve. And when she stood up against it, she was suspended. She was told to leave. She was abused. She was whatever. So this is why I'm here. I have an 11-year-old son coming up too. I don't want him to go into a school system that way. He has special needs, but I don't want him to grow up in that same system. So I started fighting for this. We've had some red tape to go through. We've had some principals from NL schools. The NLTA have pretty much tried to shut us up, but they're not. We paused for a day or two, but we're coming. We're coming back. And I told them that in a letter. I said, I'm coming to get you, so don't worry about it. So I'm going to read a few things here. I've just received a letter from a lady in Grand Falls. Thanks, buddy. Have a good day. Okay, that was nice.
Just the intelligence science.
Stay the course.
So this lady, Annette White, and I'm sure you all know the story about the young girl in Grand Falls. She reached out today and asked me to read this out. So she goes, I'm in central Newfoundland and cannot attend the protest today. Most people know what happened to my daughter on December 17th, when she lost the top of her two fingers in the classroom. So this is what she said. On December 17th, 2024, Tamara White of Grand Falls, Windsor, lost the top of her fingers in her classroom when a desk fell on them at Sprucewood Academy. The staff did nothing. It was bad enough that they were given the okay to play a game in the classroom that is meant to be played in a gym or an outside open area. They were given the okay to play it knowing there would be no teacher present. That one teacher on duty has it watched 3 classrooms during lunchtime, over 80 students. Then when the desk fell, Tamara had to provide first aid herself. The teachers froze and did not do anything. She wrapped her hand herself, while the teachers and principal of Sprucewood Academy sat there and did nothing. They didn't provide first aid. They did not call an ambulance while she was sitting there with the tops of her fingers gone, and the tops of her 2 fingers were on the classroom floor dying. Sitting there full of blood, they called her mom, only to say, we think Tamara hurt her finger or nail on a desk. If you would like to stop by, you can. So wow, no ambulance or first aid. A school with over 430 kids only has 2 teachers with first aid. That one teacher didn't do anything. How can a school with that many kids only have 2 teachers with first aid to begin with? How can you run a school where staff does not know how to call 911? Where is our kids' safety? Tamara's life has changed forever. She cannot do anything she loved to do before. She still has dressings once a week with another surgery that may be coming. The Department of Education has made no changes. Our kids are not safe in schools where they are supposed to be. Someone is going to get hurt, worse than Tamara, and that is bad enough. What is it going to take to make change? Tamara's mother reached out to Krista Howell, the Minister of Education, and when this happened, the response she got from the minister is, that is not something she would deal with. She is the Minister of Education, and it's not something she would deal with. What would she deal with? The neglect that Tamara was given? It was horrific. And she says, the system needs to change. And that's from Annette White. Now, if you look and go back at all the childcare providers and the daycares and whatnot, every single staff in those daycares have to have first aid training. They have to have CPR training. They have to have all the medical training to work there. When you have a school with 1,000 kids, 400 kids, 8,000 kids, 3 teachers, doesn't make sense. Does it? No. You know what I mean? It's a little foolish. And, yeah, don't get me started on this. This letter is from Sean Mugford. He's the admin for Concerned Parents of Newfoundland on Facebook. He asked me to read this out for him, so I'd gladly do that. He said, folks, my name is Sean, and I am the creator of a growing movement that some of you may already be familiar with, Concerned Parents of Newfoundland. This group highlights the everyday struggles of our children, parents, caregivers, and educators within our failing education system. Like many of you in attendance here today, I too have hit a breaking point. Ultimately, that was my reason behind the creation of the Concerned Parents movement. Some of you might have heard the story of my son, Ben. Ben has been relentlessly tortured and bullied for the last 2.5 years of his schooling. Most recently, he wound up in the back of an ambulance as a result of a vicious attack that occurred during his lunch period. An attack that left him requiring stitches both on his face and on the outside of his mouth. So let me tell you, that's a phone call no parent ever wants to receive. Since sharing his story, we've uncovered the unfortunate reality of what really happens inside of our schools on a day-to-day basis. Ben is not alone. His situation is not an extreme. He's a part of an incredibly alarming set of statistics that every single one of our school-age children are forced to face on a daily basis. He's no different than many of your own children, whether you realize it or not. Don't be fooled. Our schools are not safe. In fact, and based solely on NL schools and the Department of Education's own definition of what constitutes a safe school. So as per Safe and Caring Schools Policies, 2013, Section 2.7, our schools literally cannot be considered safe learning environments. It states, a safe school has an environment free from bullying, harassment, intimidation, and discrimination. If you can name any school in this province that is free from bullying, harassment, intimidation, and discrimination, let me know. Despite this, and time again, NL Schools continues to display their complacency through repeated acts of culpable negligence. I can sit here and write for hours. That's the sort of magnitude we're dealing with. Instead, I'll briefly spitball some incredibly distressing facts and statistics for you. Please take the time and listen for a moment and feel free to form your own conclusions based on the information presented. Our Minister of Education, Krista Lynn Howell, does not have any relevant education to hold this role. She went to school to become a nurse. She's not qualified to be a teacher. She's not qualified to be a guidance counselor. She's not qualified to be a principal or an admin. You see the recurring theme here. She's not qualified. Yet despite these facts, she's the one in charge of the entire system and of all their programming. Make that make sense. In the last school year alone, there was a 29% increase in physical and violent attacks. In that same period, there was a 62% increase in phone calls that required a response from the RNC or the RCMP. Roughly 20% of students go to school with a weapon, not necessarily for violence, but for self-defense. There are no first aid ratio requirements for the number of students in any given school. Occupational health and safety guidelines are based on the number of people working inside of a school, meaning your child is safer left alone inside of a Walmart than they are inside of the school designed to care for them. So whether your child's school has 100 students or has 10,000 students, the number of students has absolutely no bearing on the number of staff that are legally required to be first aid trained. In most cases, any given school in this province will have only 1 to 2 first aid trained individuals on staff. A single teacher is habitually left alone on duty with 80 plus students, though an ECE can only legally care for up to 15 children of the same age. So if the early childhood educator were ever caught out of ratio for any reason whatsoever, they'd be terminated. All early childhood educators and bus drivers are required to be first aid trained. The same is not required of our educators. Should an early childhood educators or bus drivers training lapse for any reason, they cannot work, period. So ECs are also subjected to constant visits from social workers. Every grievance, no matter how big or small, is documented and listed online publicly so that we, the people, are aware of what's going on inside the facilities we entrust to care for our children. This is a great thing. However, ironically, the government does not apply that same expectations to their old business of childcare. So these are just a few more points of concern. Our very own superintendent of schools' professional background is in finance. That's particularly evident in his current role. In fact, that's exactly why NL Schools quoted him as being the perfect fit to be the interim superintendent of schools because of his financial background. Just look at how our schools are bursting at the seams, many of them operating at double the student capacity in which they were designed to. And while student populations have doubled, the amount of resources available to them have not even close. Yet there is no clear path forward and no answers are offered whenever the questions are posed. And not to beat a dead horse, but again, take a look at the regulated childcare centers. They have regulation, they have ratio requirements, they have first aid requirements. They have public government website listing delinquencies and grievances. They are subjected to constant visits, social workers, all great things, right? Yet our schools have none of it. Why? Because the government doesn't foot the bill for privately owned, albeit regulated, childcare facilities. They do, however, foot the bill for our schools. So do as we say, not as we do, so to speak. My point is we don't need business leaders in these critical roles and positions. Our education system should not be designed to cut costs, maximize profits, and deliver returns. In practicality, the Department of Education is not a business, and treating it like one leads to serious consequences. It's easy to say we spent too much money or that we have too many costs. Obviously, we do. They should be operating efficiently. They should innovate. They should be fiscally responsible, but their obligation is to prioritize the education and well-being of our children, even when it's not the most profitable choice. It isn't about just balancing a budget. It's an ideological shift that prioritizes austerity over responsibility. At the end of the day, governmental departments exist to serve people, not profit margins. Since the inception of this movement, I've learned that I'm far from alone. I have received hundreds of messages from parents, caregivers, and educations alike. We all share the same sentiment: something's got to give. Through persistence, dedication, tenacity, and endless amounts of time-consuming research, we the people will continue our fight to instill change within the various departments of our corrupted governmental bureaucracy. He said, do not be afraid to speak up. I implore you, please share your stories and truths. We are listening. I am listening. In the words of Adele, I like it in the city when two worlds collide. You get the people and the government, everybody taking different sides. Shows that we ain't gonna stand shit. Shows that we are united. Shows that we ain't gonna take it. So thank you for listening.
Just want to let everybody know that we can't afford to go inside buildings because we're not funded by the government. So unfortunately, when the wind picks up, we have to deal with it. Sorry.
Thank you, Doug.
You're welcome.
You know what else the school system is notorious for? Sending out cease and desist letters. Did you know that? Do you know that the same lawyers that work for the fisheries are the same lawyers that work for the Newfoundland Teachers Association? And there's a matter that I was going to discuss today, but I received a cease and desist letter. Why are they trying so hard to not open up dialogue between parents and students? Ask yourself that question, right? Dr. Shoemaker, come on. We have a special guest all the way from Ontario. He's been advocating for the health of Canadians for the last 5 years. He's brilliant, and we are so fortunate to have him with us here today.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shoemaker.
Hi. I'm going to start a second poster that I would be very happy if sturdy gentlemen might. I just need one gentleman on one side of the poster and one at the other.
I'll give you a hand.
And when you're ready, do that. Okay. All right. So if the people with the camera could just show that right now. And I know you'll be coming back to me when I make my speech, but feel free to go back and forth to the sign if you think it's relevant, okay? So thank you. Oh my goodness, I got the superstar holding it. Thank you.
As we always, Dr. Shoemaker.
Okay. All right, is this sort of where I'm supposed to be? Yeah. Got the microphone? All right. Up a little bit. Does it angle up a little bit? Oh, thank you. That's the screen. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here we go. All right. Well, okay, I brought a small speech with me. Well, the title of my speech today is I'm Just One Man By. I'm just one man by. Yes, sir. Because all of us across this island, we're just one man and one woman, each of us. But taken together, we're a powerful force for change. We need to be that powerful force for change. Many other people aren't quite joining us yet, but we welcome them to join us because the change is to help all of us be safer. Change is to help all of us be healthier. So thank you so much, especially to Dana, for welcoming me here to Newfoundland and Labrador today. So, hard to say where to start. We've been lied to. That's probably a pretty good place to start. And the lies have taken different forms, different times, different places. But we're understanding the lies now. I'll tell you one little story about the lie that everybody got the same jab. Same concentration, whatever everybody got, the jab was the jab. Take it, it's safe, it's effective, you can take it safely. There'll be no jabs with higher doses, there'll be no jabs with lower doses. If you're given a medication or vaccine, it should be built to an extremely safe standard, and it should be given exactly the same to exactly everybody. Perhaps a little less of a dose, say, for children, but all adults would get the same dose. Well, on the island of New Zealand, there was a particular noon hour when 51 people got in and took the same jab in the same 1 hour. A year later, one of them should have been dead because, no, I was wrong to say 51 people, sorry, it was 100 people. It was 100 people. And one of them should have been dead because 1% of people die in a given year. 1%. 99% of everyone standing here will be alive 1 year from today. But in the case of these people who all got the same jab in the same concentration from the same vial in the same afternoon over the same 60 minutes, 1 year later, 100 out of those 100 people were dead. It wasn't on the same day, it wasn't on the same month, but slowly but surely, literally every one of those 100 people who received that version of the vax that afternoon in Invercargill, New Zealand, they were all dead within 1 year. That is a statistical impossibility. If it wasn't that the medication that was injected in their shoulders that afternoon wasn't in fact a lethal agent. That's just one small example. There's hundreds of, so the lie that the vax was the same for everyone that received it is obvious. In Denmark, for example, they proved when they sued Germany to understand what was in their vaxes, and they sued BioNTech. They sued BioNTech, which was a German company, and they sued to understand what was in. And they found, once it was released, they were told, found out legally, 1/3 of every jab was salt water. It was nothing. 1/3 of the jabs that the Danish people got was a low medium dose of the RNA, etc. And a final 1/3 was a higher or more toxic dose of the RNA and other agents. So there, Denmark had to sue Germany to find out what was in the shots that they were giving their people, and they finally got unlied to, and they finally got told the truth that they were giving variable dosages of the harmful agent, and depending on which section you got, you were perhaps going to do as badly as those people in Invercargill, New Zealand, or perhaps you just got salt water in your arm like Mr. Trudeau, for example. Right, yes. So, what a lie to have been told that we were given a consistent, safe agent, fully studied and safe, and the opposite, which has been proven true in so many examples. Now, I'd like to take the next 5 minutes of my speech to actually do just a little bit of reading. It's reading from a different author, so just give me a moment to get organized. It's about free speech. We're going to have that's something else. Oh, there you go. Got it back. Okay. Free speech, designed to protect the flow of information and allow people to hear all sides. The same voices who in the past defended speaking truth to power, in other words, the media, they demanded power to silence dissent. And maybe they're working on it right now. They're trying to silence me. All right.
And just let everybody know that's how freedom of speech works.
All right.
When you speak the truth, they cut you off.
Exactly.
Yes. Oh, I'll get it. Oh, yeah.
Where it's,
Oh, you want to hold this real quick?
where's your car? I go get it. The generator ran out of gas. Technical difficulties. We'll be right back.
Right, when all the power's down and the grid's down and they're closing us down other ways, and there's no gas in the generator, hey, maybe that'll happen to the whole country in a week, right?
Oh, we're just gonna put some gas in the generator and we back up and running. That's just exactly how it works. When you speak the truth, you get cut off.
Interesting that should happen when you're talking about such a serious topic, eh?
Some things are just luck.
Yeah.
But you know, it was pouring rain all day like she was predicting, eh? We did better than that.
Yep.
We did better than that, for sure. It's not even close. The plane landed safe. You picked me up. We're all good.
I'll take this time to see what.
Take it back in. Oh, thank you.
Phenomenal.
Great.
Hey.
You got any gas up
Yeah,
there?
you guys are lucky to get your on.
Yeah.
Lots of gas here. Is that the right kind? No.
Do you think it's better to just continue the speech without the microphone? I can do that. What do you think, everybody?
Yeah. Okay. We'll have it in a second. Just put the gas in it.
Montero, we want to hear you.
All right, but well, they say crack jokes. That's the one thing I'm absolutely no good at. You know, spontaneous jokes, man. Get me off the stage. Now, Kellyanne, she can sing a song. She can crack a joke, but
Kelly, come up and sing.
I'm gonna help.
All right, you guys can band together, sing Northern Lights. The Northern Lights.
Why don't you guys sing the national anthem? Yeah.
Yeah.
we love our country. Which one? We love our country.
Yeah.
So Canada, we love our country.
All right,
Canada,
Our home and native land.
true patriot love in all us command.
With glowing hearts we see and rise, our true North strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on God for thee. God be our land, glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand
on guard
for thee. All right, we got our government grant back into power.
All right, we got the power back. I got my soprano voice back from when I was 10. We're good. All right. Well, these words were spoken on the 29th of March. And they were spoken by Mr. Josh Stileman and secondarily by Dr. Robert Malone. And they were dealing with the issue of consent. And dealing with the issue of being allowed to hear multiple voices talking about a topic, because you never get the truth if you only allow one voice to be talking about a topic. If you don't have the truth, you can't put a poster up like this. If you can't put a concern for people to say there is DNA in the vaccines and not just RNA, then they're preventing truth from coming out. But we will no longer have truth prevented from coming out because so many people know it now. And I've learned it from so many people and so many sources, and we've all learned it from so many sources. The public was never told they were participating in what amounts to the largest medical experiment in human history. There was a formulation that received FDA approval that had no DNA in it. That mechanism or method was the reason that it was approved. As soon as it was approved, they did a bait and switch. The FDA in the States did the switch. Health Canada did the switch. Pfizer did the switch. And what they did was Pfizer and Moderna generated the product that went into 6 and 7 billion arms. That was not the one they tested for safety. The one that was tested for safety had no DNA and plasmids in it. But that wasn't the one they used. They changed to a method that was high volume, had loads of contaminant DNA in the jab. I declared that contaminant level to be as high as 33% 2 full years ago from evidence of Dr. McKernan. We've now learned out of Peter Kotler out of Slovakia, who was a commissioner to assess the entire program in Slovakia, and he has determined that it's closer to 50%. 50% by weight of what went into our shoulders, or at least in the Slovakian vials. They tested 34 vials in Slovakia and found that was between 48 and 50% deoxyribonucleic acid, DNA, by weight in the vials of what was injected into Slovakian people. So Commissioner Dr. Peter Kotler from Slovakia has declared to the world, and he has supplied information to the United States as well, that the DNA levels essentially make Slovakians genetically altered. He is a scientist. He has proof of that fact. He has published it in part. The second part is coming out tomorrow. So we will watch and see if Dr. Peter Kotler from Slovakia has the further definitive proof, which he is promising to give, that DNA contamination and DNA alteration of the Slovakian people is essentially the hallmark that it's happening to all people. Because once again, like I said, they didn't test it for safety with DNA, but they produced it with DNA in it and are giving it to us. And that's what's going into 6-month-olds right now. If you, a parent in Canada, are taking your child in age 6, age 2, age 4, age 7, age 12, everyone of every age gets DNA contaminated injections, DNA capable of what's called transplanting into your nucleus. Transfection, as it's called. It's not an infection, it's a transfection. And when you get transfection, it means that either the RNA or a DNA product that's been put into you can migrate into you and transfect, which means change the karyotype of your own nuclear material, especially if it's sperm material, especially if it's ovary material. That's the science. So no wonder they didn't test the shit for safety, because they wanted to give you the shittiest version of this product they could. They wanted to give it to you loaded with DNA. And Dr. Peter Kotler will not accept that in Slovakia. And Dr. Chris Shoemaker here in Canada will not accept that. We'll now move to a slightly different section. And just give me a moment. No, I think I said it's enough about that. Because what's the right amount of DNA to inject in your shoulder? Zero. I don't care how much or how little more than zero it is, but it's way more than zero, and it's fully 50% of the payload of what will be put into my shoulder if I dropped into a clinic in Canada tomorrow and asked them, please give me another jab. Would you like the version with 40% DNA, Dr. Shoemaker, or 50%? You can have your choice. I don't want either. Once I know that, and once you know that, nobody wants either or any of the version of these lifespan lowering agents, fertility damaging agents, toxifying agents in so many ways. And let me paint a bit of a picture for you. My good friend, Ed, you're here right now. And Ed was the second person to interview me after all this started in March of 22 for me. It only started in February, March of 22 for me because I was a doctor in the west end of Ottawa and I went down to the truckers' convoy and I spoke 3 times on the frozen stages in Ottawa talking about my concerns about these issues. And I said, among other things, ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, they've been used for 40 years. They're perfectly safe medications. They're on the pharmacopoeia of every province of Canada. There's absolutely no reason you shouldn't take it for COVID because it's been used to prevent you from getting malaria for 40 years. Entire families, I wrote prescriptions in the 1970s for families with 5-year-olds and 6-year-olds and the mothers and fathers, and they all went to Vietnam and they didn't want to get malaria, and they took hydroxychloroquine for 28 straight days. And they came home and they're perfectly fine. You can also take hydroxychloroquine for 15, 20 straight years if you've got a condition like systemic lupus. And you can take it safely and it'll keep your SLE symptoms to a low end. So there you had an extremely safe medicine, and the government wouldn't let you take it for 5 days. It's safe to take for 15 to 20 years with a bad disease called systemic lupus, but you can't take it for 5 days to save your life from COVID-19. How stupid do these friggin' governments think we are? We're not that stupid. So stop lying to us. Stop keeping normal, suitable, adjudicated, and perfectly safe medications from us. Hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin were the 2 medicines that were studied the most in the entire world between 2003 and 2012. That seems like a long time ago. Nobody's usually talking about 2003, 2012. Why were these studied between 2003 and 2012? Because in 2003 it was SARS-1, the one where people died in San Francisco and people died in Toronto, a few there, and it ebbed and flowed and it disappeared within 3 months. Yes, it did exist. Yes, it was a virus. And yes, serious studies had to be done to see, well, what will we do with it if SARS-2 ever comes? So they studied for 13 years. And the studies showed massively that 2 drugs in particular, ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, totally stopped SARS-CoV-1 in its tracks. SARS-2 hadn't come yet, but they tested against SARS-CoV-1. They worked in the labs. 100% of the animals given ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine and were exposed to the SARS lived. 100% of the animals, guinea pigs and the like, that were exposed to SARS-1 and were not given ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, they all died. So scientists knew that these 2 medicines were perfect. They were legal. They were safe. They'd been used for 40 years. Everybody sat back and relaxed because we don't have to worry if another SARS virus comes from China because we've got the cure. Now, I'm not a high-level scientist. I didn't know this for a fact then, but the high-level scientists knew it. Fauci knew it. All of his cronies knew it. Everyone at the top end of the FDA knew it. Everyone within DARPA and the U.S. military knew it in 2012. It's in paperwork. And these 2 medicines are sitting there able to treat a virus. They can't treat every virus, but they treat quite a few viruses very, very, very successfully. And it was complete lie that we were told that this was horse-based, that it was unsafe medicine. It was safe medicine, and there'd been scientific proof that it was going to be like a magic bullet to totally defeat within 4 days anybody who got the sniffles from something called COVID. And so that's what we've been foisted. That's what we've been lied about. That's what we have to stop lying about. I see there's an important question coming my way, and I will take it in just a moment, sir. But just give me a moment to get back to you, and I will. Please let me, and I'll just stay on topic that way.
Essentially, I wanted to make.
Go ahead with your question.
I wanted to make the point that because the hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin existed,
yes,
they could not have given approval to the vaccine because in the States, because under the law there, a experimental drug can only be used if there's no other option. And so they had to destroy the reputation of hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin to meet that criteria. Number one. Number two, Fauci himself in 2016 did an experiment where he found that vitamin D only was necessary to fight all COVID viruses were susceptible to vitamin D by itself. So
Okay, Dr. Morry, I'm going to interrupt you now. It is Dr. Morry?
yes,
And it's a real pleasure to meet you, big time pleasure to meet you. And I thank you for what you've just gotten me onto. And I'll stay with the topic.
right, thank you.
What Dr. Morry has pointed out to us is that long known, stable, safe agents. Vitamin D. What's unsafe about vitamin D? Vitamin D is a safe agent. Ivermectin, a safe agent. Hydroxychloroquine, a safe agent. Nothing experimental about any of these three things. What was experimental? The jab was friggin' experimental. The jab was unknown. The jab had no safety or proof of effectiveness to it. Pfizer even admitted when they were investigated in Europe and asked to say, have you ever tested that it's effective, functioning as a vaccine and will prevent transmission? Oh, we never tested it for that, was the answer. So I started this talk with a word about lies. Dr. Morry has kindly pointed out to us the lie that the agents were safe, but that ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine and vitamin D were unsafe. You reverse those two, you all understand we were lied to. They want these agents in our body, the multiple harms. I'll let other scientists talk to over time. But the fact that Dr. David Speaker of Canada, Jessica Rose of Canada, Peter McKernan of the US, Latipova of the US, Buchholz out of North Carolina, the fact that all these people have shown us that to have DNA elements injected into us is toxic in an unbelievable way, is promoting of cancer within us in an unbelievable way. The 30-year-olds and 40-year-olds and 20-year-olds of dying suddenly of quick-acting stage 4 cancers are present, what they call turbo cancers. Turbo cancers was not a word. It was not a term in medicine before 2022. It was not a term because it didn't need to be a term because it didn't happen that way. Cancers evolved. They went slowly from stages 2 to 3 to 4, but you didn't get hit with stage 4 right at the beginning and where the patient's gone in 2 weeks. That did not exist, but that now does exist because we've had immunologic harms in our bodies. Terrible immune harms in our bodies, which is chronic because liars in Brussels, liars in so many places, the WHO, the WEF, it's a complete lie. If anybody has the antidote already, I'll tell you who they are. They're people in the WHO and the WEF who have already taken the antidote so they can't be harmed by shedding. So, as a country, as a province, as a nation, hold these people's feet to the fire. Do not allow them to hurt us in the ways that they have, and allow us to take safe medicines and stop bombarding us with things from the sky and jabs in our arms that are hurting us. Thank you, everybody.
How was that for educational? Holy cow. Thank you, Dr. Shoemaker. Ho- Hopefully some of the thousands of viewers that are watching will pay attention to the information about ivermectin and hydrochloroquine. So the next speaker that we have for you today is, I call her Kellyanne Wolf, so that's what I'm going to call her, is Kellyanne Wolf. She's a bigger hard ticket, as they would say in Newfoundland, than I am, which is impressive. I will pass that torch on to her with no problems. And yeah, here she is.
I gotta take this out of here because it's a bit personal for me, this entire movement, so if that's okay.
No.
Just give me a sec, folks. First and foremost, everybody, I would like to say hello, Newfoundland. I would like to thank the Newfoundland and Labrador Accountability Project and my soul sister, Dana the Raven Metcalf, for inviting us up here. My name is Kellyanne Wolf. Today, I stand before you as the most arrested woman in our country. With over 67 criminal charges and 128 provincial offenses, and no lawyer because I was also the first person in Canada back in 2020 with all of my accounts frozen
by this government with 26 years of international human and civil rights on my belt. They were afraid from the second I took a microphone. I stood behind Chris Sky, Vlad Sobolev, the Lion Canada, and 480 other grassroots organizations from coast to coast to coast in our country. And I'm still standing here 5 years later today without a single criminal charge in place. I stood on my own 2 feet with no lawyer and came out unscathed. And why is that? That's because I know my rights. There is only one place the authority in Canada comes from, and it is not from the government. It is not from that lieutenant governor sitting over there, who I hope hears my voice, because I'm here to make a ruckus of the mess you made to your society in your province, and I'm not going anywhere until you get your ass to work. Newfoundlanders and Labradorians, I'm here to tell you that the authority in this country belongs to you and only you. That woman over there in that house works for you. And until you stop participating and providing her with a paycheck, she's going to continue to do nothing for you. These political parties that exist in this country do not, have not, and have never served you. The only time they care about a single thing that anybody wants in this country is when an election rolls around, and that is because they need you to participate in order to exploit your authority to use back upon you. And the moment that you understand that we don't need to destroy them, we only need to walk away, is the moment that all of this ends. Be it medical tyranny, perversion to our kids, criminally constructed legislation, stripping our resources, our military, or leaving our vets to starve on the streets when they spent their lives taking bullets for their freedom. It can change. All of it. And it's time to take this beautiful movement that we have built across Canada and turn it into the most historical and productive change that will domino effect around this world. We're all hurting. I'm hurting, but I'm still here. We have a community in this country. The whole country is indeed a community. Take it from me. I was stripped of my home, my businesses, and my livelihood 5 years ago. And I have not stopped one day. Not one day. Because you are all worth it. You are children of Canada. We have one obligation, and it doesn't matter what our differences are. It doesn't matter if you're Native, doesn't matter if you're black, white, or purple. It's to provide our children with a better world than the one we were handed, period. Period. And we can get out in the streets, and we can scream and holler, and we can beat our chests, but it's time for us to utilize the authority that belongs to us and make a real change. What the convoy proved is that this whole world is absolutely dependent on what we do here in this country. So it's time to give them their remedy. And only you can provide it. Only you. To everybody watching at home, it's time to put your differences aside and come together so that we can stop looking at one another and start looking back in the same direction. One that doesn't care what the next person's opinions are, because they don't matter. You, no matter who you are, in your individual capacity, have the right to be who you are. And you don't have the right to stick it down anybody else's throat. It's time to learn how to respect one another once again, so that we can move together as one people, one nation, under one supremacy, which is our God, to fix this country and the whole world. Just one. Hello, my love.
I want to make a suggestion that I saw in a movie years ago, and I think it's the solution to the problem, how we can get our voice back. I'd love to see everybody in the province insist and have one change to the ballot. Put on the ballot the following phrase as a choice: none of the above. On every ballot, at every election, none of the above is a choice you should have. If you don't like the choice they give you, you insist on none of the above, and they got to do something about it.
Thank you, Dr. Morry. Well, with those sentiments exactly, I'm here to introduce something to you. We have started a new campaign across this country in Canada, and it includes you if you want it. It's called We Are the Change. You can go to wearethechange.ca today and participate and get involved. I don't care if you've got a nationwide organization, you're an association, or you're a small community group. You need to get involved. Our government is constructing criminally constructed legislation that is in full violation of our supreme constitutional laws. And I stand here as a living, walking testament that our supreme constitution does reign supreme. In court, I brought forth the Canadian Bill of Rights together with the Canadian Charter. And I said, yes, you're damn right I violated your criminally constructed legislation. I have a supreme constitutional right to do so. Prove me wrong, and they could not. The law in this country was built by, for, and of the people, and it still reigns supreme today. You only have to enforce it. So it's time to do just that. You want solutions? Here's your solution. For those out there that are willing to step up to the plate, put your money where your mouth is, and take care of our communities, you need to join the Independent Candidates Association of Canada today. It is not a party, and I want to make this extremely clear. It is a membership association that will later act as an ombudsman and oversight committee to ensure that every independent candidate in Canada that steps up will move to implement the participatory, direct, democratic process, putting the policies in the hands of the people permanently, taking them out of the hands of these corporations and foreign entities that do not care about our lives. We need to care for one another. God bless his soul, a good friend of mine, his name is Jim Kerr. Some of you across this country know who he is. He operates a psychedelic bus that blows bubbles, and it's called the Church of Bubbles. He's got a Facebook group. Please join it. This man is my spiritual brother. I do believe, and I don't care what anybody thinks, that he is the reincarnation of John the Baptist, and people are open to debate with me on that, but I do believe it 100%. He asked a question on Christmas. What does it mean to be a Canadian? It means standing upon our individual liberties. It means loving our neighbors. It means caring for our children. It means cleaning up our streets, taking care of our resources, and setting an example of love that the rest of the world can follow with pride. That's what it means to be a Canadian. It means that we participate in ending and cleaning up wars, not starting them. It means we do not tolerate politicians who violate their own racist speech laws with impunity. It means we elect people that represent our interests and not the interests of anybody else. We have a number of courageous, amazing Canadians who have been in this fight for the last 5 years alongside me that I could never be more proud of. And you're going to hear from one of them today. Right now, I'd like to invite up somebody who's been beside me through the thick, the thin, the jail, the beatings, the broken ribs, and everything else. Everybody, please welcome up to the mic with me, Ed Jamnisic from The Lounge and freedomreport.ca. He's got a couple of questions.
just a second, set the record straight. I had nothing to do with the beatings or the jailing. I was there after the fact. I was the one that was showing up. Here's some money. I know you're in jail. Making the phone calls, getting the lawyers, trying to get her out. I was there after the fact. I had nothing to do with the beatings. Question for you, Kelly. All we've been hearing for the last few hours is lies, 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 lies from our government. And to the people that are sitting at home, I've been saying, please get off the couch, do something. Every one of us can do a little bit, and we've got this beat. And it just takes a little bit. But guys at home are thinking, or the ladies thinking, well, what can I really do? What do you say to those people?
I say you got to get up. You got to start fundraising in your community. You got to find the legal beagles that have a set of colleones, we'll say, because there's kids here and I'm trying to be as polite as I can with my big old trucker mouth. Okay? One word, mandamus application. A mandamus application is an application to the Supreme Court of Canada. You put together your evidence, you index it, you prep it, you process it, and then you file it, and you kick these politicians out, and you criminally charge them, and you put them in jail for their crimes. Mandamus application. They will not shoot you down. When I was in court, I went right up that mango tree. And our judiciary is now aware of what is going on. Make no mistake, they're active. They are active. We've got investigations happening on even the head of the Supreme Court himself, Richard Wagner, for violating his oath of office, violating our supreme constitutional rights by accepting money from the International Monetary Fund to impose unlawful criminal vaccine mandates on our Supreme Court itself. Richard Wagner, goodbye. You want to tell these assholes, I'm sorry, kids, that they're fired? Then you got to get up and use that voice now. Don't be afraid. I've probably been assaulted on the level of Monica Lewinsky across this country. I went on Dr. Phil as the craziest Karen, for crying out loud. And maybe I am crazy. But sometimes it takes a crazy woman to make a change.
You say crazy, I say courageous. No, because you step up. The fear is gone, right? Because you know you can do something. They've tried everything they can to do, shut you up. You're still here. Okay, back to getting our country back. Has anyone ever heard of a party whip? The concept of it? Anyone know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Some tyrant says, I think we're going to screw Canadians this way, and you're all going to vote as representatives of the people that put you in power to do this tyranny. It's coming from the top. I'm a tyrant. Well, they won't. They'll never say that they're a tyrant, but I'm going to whip this party to do the tyranny that I want to see happen in this country. I want my friends and buddies and relatives to be filthy rich, and they're going to get their money from hardworking Canadians. This is what I see the motivation behind independence, ending the party whip. You've all heard of Jody Wilson-Raybould. Why is she no longer in the government system?
Jody Wilson-Raybould was kicked because she refused to go against our supreme constitutional laws in this country. She is a woman of extreme integrity and love for Canada and lost all confidence in our political structure. There is no confidence. This country was not built on political parties. They came into existence in 1840. And in 1982, Queen Elizabeth transferred her supreme authority as her last order of law. That's what a proclamation is. It was an order of law. And she was the only one who can make an order of law that can supersede our Constitution. And she did it. Anybody out there can look it up. The Proclamation of 1982, wherein she declared specifically, equivocally, and definitively that Canadians, not the government, not the lieutenant governors, not the governor generals, not the Senate, not the House, not any single politician, but specifically Canadians have a right to amend their Constitution in all respects. And so it is time. Nowhere in our constitutional structure, as written in the Constitution of 1867, does there exist a role for the Prime Minister. So who is this creature? Who is this creature under the law? There is no such thing. And it is only by your participation that it exists. Mark Carney does not represent me. I have no Prime Minister. I am a free Canadian. I choose who's going to work in my public service, who I'm going to pay to represent and manage my interests and my affairs. I don't need someone to choose for me. I'm a grown woman. I'll make those decisions on my own. When it comes to our education, you want to change what they're doing to our kids? Then step up. If we introduce the direct participatory democratic process, they can never impose upon you again. Not your medical, not your kids, not any aspect of our society. We decide where our resources get exploited. We decide where they get sold, how much gets sold. You want pipelines, Alberta? Then it's time to unify. It's time to get together. Danielle Smith does not have the power to build those pipelines, but you do. You do. And if she cares truly for the people, then she should be moving to implement the direct democratic process today. There is no exception. There is one way out of this, and that way is for you to empower each other and yourselves and to start looking in the same direction. There is no democracy in Canada. There is nothing democratic about somebody making decisions for you or not being informed upon the things that could affect you. So what are you going to do? You have to become the change you want to see in this world. You have to become it. Make no mistake, we are the richest country on earth in natural resources. We carry 50% of the earth's fresh water. They have spent the last 15 years stripping our military. You think that's by chance? Don't be a fool. Be a Canadian. Don't be a fool. Be a Canadian. We are the smartest population on earth because we've got every walk of life here. Take control. It belongs to you.
One more thing, just one little thing. Anybody remember how your parents used to say, oh, we're going to a dinner party? Don't talk about politics and don't talk about religion because a fight might break out. Ooh, a fight. What a crock of shit that was. Like, seriously, how are we going to unify if we don't talk about our core principles? This is a Christian country. We're based on the Bible. It's even in the Parliament buildings. There's scripts inside the building. I haven't been there yet, but I've heard they're there. But this country was built on faith, religion, doing what's right. Now, I didn't say any specific religion, but basically, we can all agree on the Bible. This country is built on the ideas of what's in the Bible. Why don't they want us talking about this? Why don't they want us talking about religion? Will this not unify us if we're on the same page, like God taught us to be this way or do this or don't do that? Why? It doesn't have anything to do with the Communist Manifesto, and I'll leave it there.
I got an answer for that. If you're not familiar, there's a gentleman in the southern states, and his name is John Tallarico. And to take from him, he is a minister. We need to not only be protective of our nation's Christian values, we need to be clear on what they are and what they are not. Christian nationalism is becoming a problem, and it is in contradiction to the principles of Christ. We must be careful of this. Christian nationalism calls for supremacy when the way of Christ was to call for love. Christian nationalism seeks to separate when Jesus sought to love your neighbor. Christian nationalism calls to listen to the state, do what you're told. And I ask you here today, did Christ do what he was told by the states? It is the states of people to blame. It is never the people of states. Christ and his disciples were called the way. And what is the way? The way is to protect your individual liberties at all costs, in respect of the individual liberties of the person that lives next door. Put your differences aside, and we will save this country. Vote for independent candidates, and we will localize policies, and we will put them in your hands so that you make the decisions and not them. There is only one entity to pray to, and that is God, not your government. There is only one entity that you have to answer to, and that is God, not your government. And whatever you choose as your path to answer to that entity that is God, that's your business, not mine. It's only mine to make sure that your existence prevails, because I do walk in the principles of Christ. So I hope that answers your question, my love. And with that, I just want to say this one more time. We are the change.ca. We are Canadians. Okay, it didn't end with the convoy. What we saw with the convoy was just a mere 5% of the amount of people we have in power across this country. So to the government of Canada, we're coming. Get ready.
I'm gonna follow that up. The government of Newfoundland and Labrador, we're already on our way. Woo! Well, seems we're on the topic of independence running in our country. We have some pretty big, significant announcements that are gonna be made here in little old Newfoundland. One message is for across the country. One of my dear friends that made her way to Newfoundland, who runs her own podcast and is a big voice in Canada from the Fringe Minority Report, is announcing today that she's having a baby. No, just kidding. She has a big announcement today, so come on up, Jody.
Only if you believe in immaculate conception am I pregnant. Just saying. Hi, I'm Jody Legerwood. I'm actually from the TFM Report. When we started TFM Report, it was after the Freedom Convoy, and we decided to take back the language of the government, the language from Trudeau. We are the fringe majority. Now, after a year of running the fringe majority, we were shut down by YouTube and every social media out there because gosh knows you're not allowed to have opposite views to the government. So we had to rebrand. So we're now TFM Report. We are live every Mondays and Thursdays. There's my plug for our podcast. But TFM Report also stands for Truth for Media, because we haven't had a lot of truth in our media. So we decided we needed to be the truth. And we know that all the alternative, what people call the alternative media, are the ones that are the real journalists in the last 5 years. And I don't like to call them the alternative media. I like to say the authentic media. So I'd like everybody to start using that word. You know, we've got neuro-linguistic programming happening that our government and governments all around the world are using against us.
We need to start taking that back and using those words against them. So you are now the authentic media. Thank you very much for reporting truth. Now, we're in Newfoundland. This is my first time here. It's beautiful. You guys have an amazing province, so thank you for welcoming us. But in Ontario, that's where I'm from, we have a lot of shit going down, and we got a lot more people than you. But I'll tell you what, the percentage of people that are here versus the percentage of people that show up in Ontario, you guys are way more informed and are definitely standing up far more than those in Ontario. I'm really proud, and I know looking at you guys are like, oh, it's not a big crowd. But if you look at it statistically, this is a massive crowd. And you guys are the beginning of change. And we are the change. And the only way that things change in this country is if we do it. You know, we spent, I don't know, probably 100 plus years handing off our ownership, handing off our accountability to other people. We hand off the accountability of our healthcare to our doctors. We hand off the accountability of our education to teachers. We hand off our spiritual relationships to our pastors. It is time that we stand up and start taking back our accountability. And I believe that's what the Newfoundland Accountability Project is about. Taking back our accountability, standing up for our rights. Because gosh knows the government's not standing up for our rights. The government right now, well, not right now, probably for 100 years now, have been working behind the scenes, not for you, but for their lobbyist friends who are lining their pockets. That's who they look out for. We had a Supreme Court of Canada verdict that said your MP, once they are voted into that seat, no longer represent you. They don't have to, and it doesn't matter what promises they make to you. They do not have to stand up to those or live by those. You have given them the authority to do whatever they want. And whatever they want is whatever the whip wants, and whatever the whip wants is what the leader wants. And what the leader wants is actually what the shadow government wants. The foreign international NGOs that are running this country, and if you've been paying attention, running 198 other countries. The UN Agenda 21. I know everybody likes to talk about Agenda 2030, but you might want to start looking at Agenda 21. I've read Agenda 21. It's this thick. That's why nobody else has read it, including those who are sitting in our house making decisions for you. That Agenda 21 not only references itself, but it references many other acts, agreements, and treaties that go all the way back, as far as I've been able to find out, 1908. We are being ruled by a global elite from 1908. What on earth do they know about you and our world today? They know about eugenics. That's what they know about. That's what this COVID pandemic was all about. It wasn't about you. It wasn't about safety. And it most certainly wasn't about healthcare. It was about a much, much bigger plan, a more nefarious plan. And I'm not going to educate you on Agenda 21 because I really believe that people need to do the research themselves. And our podcast doesn't do a whole lot of that either. We will give you the information to go and find it yourself. Because again, we don't want you handing off your accountability for the news and what you know about the world to other people. You need to do the research yourself. You need to ask the 5 W's that we were all taught back in school. The who, what, where, when, why, and how. Because until you understand the answers to those questions, we're doomed to repeat the actions of our ancestors and what we're living through right now. And our kids deserve better than that. The other thing we need to start doing, guys, we need to start talking to each other
And I know it's hard. Lord, I know it's hard. And I can say it's hard because I've been doing it for 5 years. I had my own independent real estate brokerage in Ontario. I was a certified soccer coach. I coached 6 teams a year, children. I think I've probably coached every child in the Northumberland region, soccer. I was the hot dog lady at school. I went on every single school trip. I had 3 kids. I went on every single school trip. I was the parent volunteer for everything. I was on the PTAs. I was out there volunteering with Habitat for Humanity, building houses. I was running the Heart and Stroke Foundation fundraisers at home. I was riding that bike for health thing for them, raising money. But the moment I said, hey guys, back in 2020, something is wrong. This isn't right. I went to Florida when they called the lockdowns in Ontario. I took my kids there. We drove down for March break. And on my way down, I'm hearing all these horror stories. And I'm getting messages from my friends saying, Jody, come back, come back. They're going to shut down the borders. Come back, come back. The stores are out of food. Come back, come back. We don't have toilet paper. Come back, come back. And I'm driving down the States and everything's open and people are living. And I get to Florida and everything's open and people are living. And I'm looking around going, this is bizarre, as I'm getting these messages from Canadians saying, come back, come back. Bring toilet paper with you when you do, because we're out. And I thought, no way, I'm here in Florida. It's beautiful, it's sunny, and the stores are open, and people are being people. So I stayed, and I extended my trip, and I extended my trip. I'm really glad I stayed and I didn't let the fear set in, because that's what it was, propaganda fear. Because I met the most amazing people in Florida. One of those people that I met was a woman who was the head mistress at a school in China. At this time, she's now at a school in India, but the previous year, she was at a school in China, a headmistress at a private school. Guess whose kids she was teaching? All the kids whose parents worked at the Wuhan lab. So I got firsthand knowledge that what we were being told here in Canada was a big fat lie. Because she was talking to the scientists at the Wuhan lab. Hey, what's going on? And we found out people weren't dying. They weren't on the streets dropping dead like we were seeing on the radio and on the news stations. None of that was happening. It was all BS. They were all fine. They were all living life. Until the Chinese government were told to lock down because too many people were finding out the truth. So I got to stay in Florida for $25 a day in this beautiful suite because the resort emptied out. Right up until my daughter, who went to Simon Fraser University in BC, called me to say, Mom, they've shut down BC. I need to come home because I don't have a place to live now because they've shut down the residence. So I had to come home, which was fine because on my way home with my other 3 kids in the vehicle, we get to the border crossing. And the lady at the border crossing says to me, you got to go straight home, hands me a piece of paper. And she said, these are your protocols you have to adhere to. And I said, what's this? And she said, well, you have to quarantine. You're not allowed to go anywhere. You got to go straight home, talk to nobody, come in contact with nobody. And I said, well, I'm stopping at Pearson International Airport in Toronto to pick up my daughter. She goes, you can't stop there. And I said, why not? And she said, because that's an airport. And I said, yeah, well, I'm not going in. I'm just driving up to the curb, picking up my daughter like I normally do. And she said, no, you need to call a cab for your daughter. I said, call a cab? Why would I call a cab for my daughter? And she said, because you need to quarantine. I said, quarantine? What do you mean I need to quarantine? She said, you need to quarantine for 14 days and stay away from people for 14 days. I said, well, my daughter's being sent home from BC. She's going to be with us in quarantine. Oh, no. You need to call a cab and she needs to stay elsewhere. I said, why? Doesn't she need to quarantine? She said, no. I said, wait a minute. She doesn't need to quarantine coming to Ontario from BC, but I need to quarantine coming from Florida to Ontario. And she said, well, of course. I said, well, how does that make any sense? I've been at a resort with the same 50 people, 30 to 50 people by the time the last week came around. I've been living in chlorinated, highly chlorinated pools, ruined my bathing suits, highly chlorinated pools for the last 3 weeks. And you're telling me I need to quarantine, and now I've been in a van with just my kids, and I need to quarantine. But my daughter, who just left BC through the Vancouver airport, thousands of people, been on a plane with over 200 people, traveled through Toronto International Pearson Airport, again, thousands of people. She doesn't need to quarantine, but I do? And she said, yes. And I said, why? And she said, because you left the country and she didn't. That solidified for me everything that those Wuhan scientists had just told this new lady I had made as a friend, that this was bullshit. And it was a lie. Because if I needed to quarantine, being with only 30 people living in, a highly chlorinated pool, but my daughter didn't, who had just passed through thousands and thousands of people, sat on an airplane with over 200 people with recirculated air, then this was nothing but a lie. And I needed to find out why they were lying. And that's when I started my hardcore research. For 5 years, I've been speaking out in Ontario. For 5 years, I've been persecuted in Ontario. The fear is so strong, the masking is so deadly there, that my business, the top 1% of realtors in my area, last year I sold 0 homes. The year before that, I sold 1 home. My business has tanked. My children have been ostracized from the school. My one son, my youngest, now lives in Alberta because they made it so difficult for him to stay in school in Ontario because they knew who his mom was, because she wouldn't allow him to wear a mask to school, because she pulled him from his work at the grocery store when they demanded he start wearing 3 masks. And I said, pull him off that schedule. When you come around to or come out of your insanity way of thinking, then you can put him back on the schedule. His friends were not allowed to play with him anymore and invite him over to parties. Teenagers not allowed to play with him because his mom was going to rallies and holding protests. Because his mom went dancing out in BC on New Year's Eve when Ontario was locked down and not allowed to have Christmas. His mom was going to kill everybody. And because he lived with his mom, he was going to kill everybody too. That was my world for 5 years. Death threats, harassment, my business taken down, and a hardcore group of people in my community weren't satisfied with that. They took videos of me speaking and dancing and sent it to our MP, our MPP, RICO, which is our register for realtors, the Canadian Real Estate Association, and the Ontario Real Estate Association, and the Northumberland Hills Association of Realtors, which I had just finished my 3rd year of being president of. Asking for them to make an example of me, asking them to fire me, asking them to press criminal charges against me. But you know what? I fought them, and I'm still talking, and I won't stop talking. Woo! Woo! So no matter how bad it seems out there, and no matter how hard it is to talk truth, you need to talk truth. You need to break through those walls of fear, and you need to take action. We all have the same thing in common. We are all afraid. We're all afraid of not being accepted. And we are all being ruled by the same global predators. And we're all letting them take over our lives, all out of fear, all because we just want to be left alone.
But we can't afford to be left alone anymore. And we can't afford to listen to their lies. And we can't afford to be silent and compliant anymore because it's killing us. It's killing our children and it's killing us. And we've heard from many people today that talked about how it's killing them. Literally killing them, shortening their lives because we were silent and we complied and because we were afraid to speak out, because we were afraid to talk to the lady at the coffee shop. The same lady that was serving you coffee before all the PPE and all that nonsense came about, well, she's still alive. So why did you keep complying? You all have eyes, you all have ears. And unless you were deaf, dumb, and blind, you saw what was going on. But for whatever reason, people stayed silent. We can't afford to stay silent anymore. We can't afford to not act anymore. And people say, well, I'm not like you. And I said, what do you mean you're not like me? Well, I can't do what you do. You can't talk? Of course you can talk. And if talking is hard, walk around with messages on you. Right? You see Ron, he's got messages on him. It's easy to put on a t-shirt. It's a non-aggressive way of informing people. Right on your car. My car is, as my hubby calls me, an I-rape mobile. Because it is full of message after message. And I write on it with whiteboard marker. So it comes off. It doesn't ruin your paint. It comes off. You can change your messages every time the government comes out with a new lie. Put more fact on your vehicle. Put questions on your vehicle. I don't know how many of you know James Topp, but he walked all the way from BC, all the way to here, and then back again.
And they kicked him out of the military.
And they kicked him out of the military for talking truth. You know what I did when he was walking? I wrote all over my vehicle, who is James Topp? It's an unaggressive way to start conversations. None of my gas station stops were fast and easy because people would be out there pumping their gas and look at me and go, who's James Topp? Really, they're just reading out loud, but an open dialogue. And I got to tell them who James Topp was, and I got to tell them the significance of James Topp. I don't see a statue of James Topp anywhere, but we have a statue of Terry Fox.
Right.
He did the same thing James Topp did. He did it for cancer because he wanted to live. Well, James Topp did it for COVID because he wanted to live. And yet there's no statues of him.
There will be.
I hope there will be. That's what he did. He walked. I talk, he walked. Dana's putting on this rally. You can write on your vehicles. You can wear a message. It's easy. You can write a letter. It's easy. But you got to keep communicating and you got to keep living your life and you got to stop being separate from people. You got to bring back the community. We are in a war right now, and it's World War III. And I know growing up, I was told about World War III was going to be a nuclear war. They were right. And it's not a nuclear war with bombs and guns and tanks. It's a nuclear war on our families. Our nuclear family is being destroyed because we remain silent. Because we allow them to continue with their agenda of destroying the nuclear family. Because we allow them to take our children and indoctrinate them in their school systems. Because we allow them to. That's the other thing we have in common. We allowed them to do this. We forgot how strong we are. We are the power. We have the power one in all of us. And the fact that you guys are here shows that you understand that. You are the power. Stop being afraid. Take your power. Our Almighty gave all of us gifts. He gave us all purpose and destiny. And the fact that you all are here tells me you understand that you have a gift. And whether it's the gift of listening, whether it's the gift of communication, or whether it's the gift of just wanting something better, it's a gift. Use it wisely. And when I say wisely, we're being given a gift right now, even though it doesn't feel like it. We're being given the gift of an election, a federal election. And that gift is giving you the power to take back
your life. And you take that back by getting out of the Borg system. And for those of you who don't know what the Borg system is, that's the blue, orange, red, and green party system. Because they don't care about you. They're all working as one big uniparty up there on the hill. And they're not even the ones pulling the strings. They look like it, but they're not. So if you want your voice to be heard, and if you really, truly want change, and I'm assuming you do because you're here, then you got to stop voting for the Borg. You got to stop talking about this bullshit of splitting the votes. Well, folks, here's a news flash for you. Every time you cast a vote, you split the votes. You can't vote for them all. You can only vote for one. But as long as you keep voting for the Borg, your voice is never going to matter. And they're never going to do anything for you. You want things done? You want to make a change? You got to vote for independence, because independents are not tied to the whip. They're not tied to a party leader, and they're definitely not tied to those foreign international NGOs that want to dip into your pockets.
Great. Hold on.
Be the change you want. Stop being their slaves. Stop being their servants, and stop being compliant and silent. And for the 65 to 70% of you out there that don't vote, you're far worse than those who are voting for the Borg. And I say that because it's your silence that has allowed them to stay in power. I get you don't like the system. I get you don't want to vote for these tyrannical buggers that keep ripping your pockets apart. But as long as you remain silent, that is a vote for them. Your silence is saying you're okay with the corruption that is going on in this country. Your silence is okay, saying it's okay for them to financially rape you. Your silence is saying it's okay for them to financially take your houses away from you and give it to foreigners, illegal foreigners. And this country was built on foreign immigration. But we did it right. We did it right. We came in and we added to this country. Nobody handed our parents, our grandparents, our great-grandparents money. Nobody put them up in hotels. Nobody gave them jobs. They came here and they built this country up for nothing. They contributed to this country, and they helped build the laws of this country, and they helped structure this country. They even fought and died for this country, and those who came back from fighting for this country came back broken. You are not doing them justice by not voting. You are actually hurting them by not voting. You're hurting the legacy. They fought for you. It's time for you to fight for them and to fight for your future children and grandchildren, future Canadians of this world. I don't want to be the 51st state. I don't want to be owned by Russia. I don't want to be owned by China. And I most certainly am done with being owned by the UN and their black nobility agendaists. I want to be owned by Canadians. And I want Canadians to start working together, uniting together for change. But the only way to do that is to start now. Get out there, vote, but vote for an independent. Because as long as you're voting for a conservative, a liberal, an NDP, a Green, you are just voting yourself further down into a poverty-stricken country that doesn't care about you. So get out there, be the change, stand up, stop the corruption. Vote for an independent. You can't vote for me because I don't live here in Newfoundland. But I'm sure you guys have independence. So vote for them, vote for change, vote for yourselves. Care about yourselves enough to talk, communicate, and say no. The four most important words right now are I do not consent or I do not comply. Show them you don't comply. You are the change and you are the power of tomorrow. Thank you.
I don't think the internet is gonna like this video because it shows me having more than the government as my friend. Just kidding. All right, so we're almost close to the end of our program here today. I hope that everybody is sharing and cropping off what parts of the videos they like that they want to continue to share. But we have somebody who is putting his hat in the ring, I believe, possibly, maybe. He's the mayor of Cormac, Robbie Cole, who's been a pillar in his community this whole entire time, and we'd like to hear what he has to say. We're trying to convince him to run. Everybody's been begging him to run.
I need to get armed to the Jeep as much as I can to go and thank them for the part of here.
Oh, goodness.
They've been doing a great job.
Hello, everybody. My name is Robbie Coles.
Robbie,
from
pick the mic.
Long Range Mountains. I'm from the west coast of Newfoundland. Robbie Coles, Long Range Mountains. Been in the oil and gas industry for 20 years. Offshore Newfoundland now 16 years. I'm the mayor of Cormac. And we live in a very resource-rich province, and we're just getting our resources are, I'm looking for development and diversification in our resource system. Looking to diversify and growth in all sectors. Looking for support for the fishermen. The cost of living, obviously, this zero income tax for seniors, and just change all in general to make life more affordable and make it affordable. But we can't do it without votes from the people. We can't do it without you. We need change in government. In order to achieve that, we need people to get out. We need people to have a voice. We can't continue. I'm sorry. Just give me a bit here.
Thanks for me to follow in carrying.
Gotta get control of my paperwork here. I'm sort of getting all over the place, but a little bit nervous, that's all.
I feel a lot of pictures here. I feel a lot too.
So we can't, as an independent MP, I'm not compelled to control party line. And we cannot achieve or maintain economic interests for other parties or other parts of the country. Too often in Newfoundland and Labrador, MPs on both sides of the political spectrum have followed party lines and voted legislation and bills which directly have a negative impact on people in Newfoundland and Labrador. MPs are often influenced by lobbyists and political contributors or just in their own economic interests and have sold out Newfoundland and Labrador. Well, it's time to change. It's time to stop our resources to be sold out from underneath our feet. And we need economic growth. And we need resource development to gain the economic growth that we need to become independent in Newfoundland and Labrador. Away from Ottawa.
I'm not very popular with my relatives because they hate my views.
So right now on the Long Range Mountain District, we have huge potential for oil and gas reserves off the east coast of Newfoundland. One particular field offshore over on the east coast, or west coast of Newfoundland, sorry. We got billions of barrels of oil with trillions of cubic meters of gas, and we're not developing any of it. We're on the brink of bankruptcy. All around, people are hurting. There's no jobs. There's no growth. Why? We now have Mark Carney who wants to be a part of the European Union. He wants to see electric cars. We're not developing none of our resources. We got Harper. Back in the day, in 2011, we got a huge resource off the west coast of Newfoundland, 100 kilometers from the coast. And there's bureaucratic red tape holding back that project. But the potential of LNG plants and refineries on the west coast of Newfoundland, exclusive to what we have here on the east coast. Back in 2011, we were getting sold out. Harbour was willing to give 100% of the royalties to Quebec to gain seats, more seats in Parliament. That's 100% of the royalties. It's a far cry from what we get from Hibernia. Hibernia alone, we sit at 5%. So they wanted to get more seats. They were willing to sell our resources out from underneath our feet, just like our fishery. They've sold them out too. They've used their quotas for international trading, bartering. They've for manufacturing bottle plants in Ontario and canola resources in Western Canada. It just gave up our fishing quotas away, gave it away. We've had enough of our resources being exploited. There will never be no change under our current federal parties. Their main objective is to stay in power and not protect Newfoundland and Labrador. This is why it's urgent now. It's time to make a change before such strategic assets for Newfoundland and Labrador are gone. So I'm looking for change. I think we're all looking for change. Looking for development and diversification of our resources is the big key. We haven't had no diversification in the forestry industry at all. Besides, we have pulp and paper. We need to diversify. We need to create jobs for GDP growth. We need jobs. The people of Newfoundland and Labrador need jobs. We've all gone across the country to find that wealth that we cannot find here because our resource base is just not being developed. It's being given away and exploited.
Drill, baby, drill. Don't be a big head.
So, some of my other main goals while doing this is make the cost of living more affordable and lower income taxes. All the big political campaigns are coming out the door now, talking about all dropping taxes, this and that. The most recent one was income tax for working seniors and lowering that. Why do seniors pay income tax? Why do pensioners pay income tax or veterans? It's just ludicrous. They pay taxes all their lives. If they go to retire, why do we even have working seniors? It doesn't make no sense to me why they even have to continue to pay taxes. If they save for retirement, they've paid enough for the years they've been working. They should be entitled to keep their money in their own pockets and use it.
Get 65, shouldn't pay land taxes anymore either.
To live a comfortable life.
No, pass away. You can't have your kids. People think of pay taxes. They retire at 65.
Sorry. Give 1 second. So people ask why I wanted to run independent. We got to bring in independent. We got to put the voice to the people. We need change. And the only way to get that is to start speaking out and start fighting for what we believe in. If we don't fight for what we believe in, then who's going to fight for us? We have to in order to achieve this, we need to get out and get to the polls. So there's a common denominator in a lot of these questions. The common denominator is the provincial and federal governments of this province and country not having any strategic or vision to put us into a position to strengthen any negotiations at the table. They continue to sell us out. So, regardless of which party gets in, we will see the same corruption, party politics, MPs towing a party line, not one for the people of Newfoundland and Labrador or Long Range Mountains. It's prosperity and control of our resources is the key. We need to take back control of our resources. We have every possible resource in it to be the powerhouse of nations. It's time to move forward. It's time to get back our voice. We need change. Over the next 27 days, I'll be making a lot more posts, this and that throughout the region. I'll be getting out there, seeing everybody in the Long Range Mountains. It'll be a lot easier than it is here today making this speech, but
Talk from your heart. Just talk from your heart.
at the end of the day, it's time. We need to change. We need independent. I'm tired of our resources being exploited. We need jobs. the people of Newfoundland and Labrador just can't continue to go away. We need our youth to stick around. My daughter's finishing up mining engineering. She has to get ready and leave the province. She's not leaving the province, but she's leaving Newfoundland. But she has a job. She's gonna have one in the sector. We don't have the industry. If we don't diversify and develop our industries, we don't keep our youth in the province. So, at the end of the day, just listen to who you got running, and just see what options you got before you make that decision for the red or the blue. See who the person and who's behind that person. I'm up here talking today. I might be fumbling over my words a little bit, but I'm not some 20-year person that's been talking all their life and not doing nothing, doing anything about what they're saying. That's the bottom line. They all talk the talk. So at the end of the day, I am running as an independent candidate in the Long Range Mountains. I'm there. It's official. The signs will be going out. You'll get to see the pamphlets. You'll get to read about me. Go on my website, robbiecoles.ca. Check it out. Give it a chance. See who's in the riding. See who's running. Hopefully more people will come forward and run independent in more districts across Canada and provincially. Be the voice you want to be, because in the end, it's only your voice that's going to matter. It's only your voice that nobody's going to listen to it all the time. They might pretend that they listen to it. You got to make it loud, make it clear, make it you. Thanks.
There you go, folks. Robbie Coles, the next MP Independent in Newfoundland and Labrador. He's going to light the way and show us how it's done. So, we're almost at the end of our program. I've got a couple of things that I want to cap off with. First off, we were supposed to have a presenter today, Mike Coots, as Windmills representative, but he's got a family emergency. So thoughts and prayers are with his family today for whatever is going on with his family in the medical capacity. And I was hopeful. I was baited by one of the union presidents that he was going to be in attendance today. To only discover more deeply that the unions are just an extension of the federal body. Okay? It's heart-wrenching to watch, but it is a very good example to see what happens when governments overreach, right? 2 years ago, I watched the fisheries wash, rinse, repeat. It's getting time to go fishing. They don't get to go fishing. They don't get their quotas. They come in, they go rah, 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 until some union member tells them, sit down, stand here, stand over there. Don't stand in the politician's way. Somebody who's been jammed up on a charge is leading the crowd, right? He's been compromised. He comes out, he tells everybody to go home. Where does that leave the fishermen? Empty-handed, broke, out in the water with no hope of change. The next year comes. What happens? Same fucking thing. Excuse my language. We are here standing as independent people, representing everything from healthcare, medical care, all of these different facets. But guess who's not here?
Mainstream media.
The fishermen. Why are the fishermen not here? Because it's a clear example that they've been silenced by their unions and their balls are in the pockets of the federal government. They have been told that they cannot speak. They have been told that they cannot represent. They've been told to sit down, stand up, shut up, stand here, stand over there. As Newfoundlanders and Labradorians, if you do not stand up, you're going to be like that fisherman that sat in his kitchen right now watching this broadcast going, why is there nobody there representing us? We, the people that are part of this Newfoundland and Labrador Accountability Project, have been trying to support the fishermen for 2 years. A week and a half ago, I showed up at a fisherman's protest because their livelihood was being cut from 30 to 40%. I watched No CBC, no NTV, no VOCM giving them coverage. But guess who showed up and decided to slap my ass? The president of the FFAW comes out and says, Dana Metcalf, go home. You're not being paid to be here. But who's being paid to be there? The unions. Come here, sit down, go over there. So, what I'm here to say to the fishermen, because they're not here to represent themselves, from an outside perspective looking in, you might as well sell your boats and go get a job at fucking Costco. Because that's what you're looking at. If you don't find the courage to stand up and get your voice going, or at least find the courage to speak out in public without fear of retribution from the corruption, then you're done. Just like every other industry. Now, there is one story that got sent to us. And you know how we figured out who the brave fisherman was? Because he's the one that's got the gag orders and the cease and desist orders from the unions. He stood up for himself. He vocalized something, right? And guess what happened? He is not allowed to contact his union. But guess what's expected?
Union dues.
He's expected to pay his union dues. Right? What an embarrassment. We've got more coming on the unions next week because this is day one for the accountability project. But I'm going to share Jimmy's story. And Jimmy, if you're watching, thank you so much for being the brave fisherman. Because I don't know what your friends have got going on. But when a union person tells me not to talk to Jimmy, who do we want to talk to?
Jimmy.
Jimmy! All right, so this is Jimmy's story. Hello, my name is Jimmy Foss. Some of you know my story. I was born and raised in Lacey, Newfoundland. Fishing was always what I was gonna do. After fishing for years, I decided to get my captain's ticket. First year of my ticket, I picked up a job as a skipper on a boat from my hometown. Dream come true for me. My dad did own a longliner. I was making my way up the ladder on my own. After a year of operating a fishing vessel, I had a call from Robin Quiglin to purchase a 70-foot longliner. The boat I fished on for 8 years before becoming a skipper is going up for sale. At this time, the price of fishing enterprise was at an all-time high. The price of this deal was $3.8 million, but Quiglin talked about it like it was chump change. At his meeting in the office, I was promised that if I signed with Quiglin, I was bulletproof. He had my back, and we were going to be on the long road together. I even warned him that the business gets in trouble. I don't have the kind of money to get myself out of trouble. He replied, Jimmy, signing with the biggest crab producer in the world, I've got your back. A year later, my boat is repossessed by the banks. They are trying to take my home and all my assets. Yes, I signed assets over, but without knowing. John Mate, Quiglin Lawyers, represented me and Quiglin in the same deal. So they're the same lawyers doing the same deal. I was in the new business in the world. I trusted too easily, and they got fully taken advantage of. Most don't know, but you have to be qualified level 2 to hold product in your name. The only reason I was used, was to hold product for Quiglin's plant. I was in the controlled agreement, and they are illegal. That's a fact. My great union leader told me to stand and fight these bastards, were her words. She promised me she had my back, then dumped me like a bad boyfriend. Our president for the merchants and corporations, not people. All I ever did was fight corporate control. Does my union want me to shut up so bad? Absolutely. My father, my grandfather were pretty much born on the water. So was I. Will my son get to have the same chance? Union leaders, like the VPs, are all in these illegal agreements just to get more quotas. Make no wonder they want me to shut up. I did not look for this deal. The merchants did it on my behalf, and it's time to end the corruption.
Wow.
Thank you, Jimmy. So to further elaborate on what he is trying to say here, is that what is happening right now is there's lots of backdoor deals, corporates, everybody's shaking hands, and the fishermen are getting the raw deal. But what's even worse about this, to add insult to injury, is that as each one of these family businesses are going under in the fishing industry, their quotas are now being given to the offshore industry. This is very much a World Economic Forum sustainable development plan, and they are globalizing the fisheries. And here today at the Newfoundland and Labrador Accountability Project, it is a truly sad thing that not only have they taken their livelihoods, their boats, and made people like Jimmy lose everything they have and then try to outcast them from the community that they've been to in for such a long time, but now they can't even have a voice. Because if the unions turns their back on them, they cannot fish and their families will starve. That is what the future is for all Newfoundlanders and Canadians if we don't start participating. The door is open for anybody that wants to have a voice in this province and in this country. We have, as you can see here today, alternative media all the way across. We are more powerful than them. I'm only little compared to Ron and some of my friends here. I get between 3 and 6 million hits on one of my platforms alone in 28 days. Find me some CBC or NT or VOCM reporter that gets that kind of coverage. We have the power to change, but we have to do it by learning what's going on, by finding out who's accountable, and figuring out what systems and policies that they have in place that we can start to walk back one step at a time. Because I tell you what, and I'm not saying this because I'm a conspiracy theorist. I see the deterioration of our mental health. I see the deterioration of the economics and families. I see the behavioral modification tools being implemented to increase division. And if we do not walk this back, then we are going to be all lost at sea, like Jimmy. Thank you so much on behalf of the Newfoundland and Labrador Accountability Project. We hope that you can understand that this is our first day and the wind has been a bit of a challenge. I'd like to thank all the people that joined us from across this nation to try to wake up this province. And yeah, that's a wrap, folks. Thank you all for coming. www.newfoundlandaccountability.ca. Vote independent. Absolutely.
Absolutely. All right, everyone. That is
Board,
a
can you play
wrap.
us one more song?
Oh, I think they're going to play one more song, but that is a wrap. So if you've got an independent running in your area, vote for them because a vote for the Borg is not a vote for you. It's a vote for more corruption. Love you all. Thanks for coming out and have an incredible, incredible day. I know we are going to continue our.
You want to talk work?
We're going to continue. Oops, sorry, guys. Sorry. There we go. Sorry about that. Taking my phone off. So we are going to call it a day here at the Colonial Building. We've got apparently a screeching swearing in ceremony to go to now. But I hope you had a great day. I hope you heard some new information, maybe some old information, but at least you got some information about what's going on in Newfoundland. You got it here live. You got to hear from your Newfoundland or our Newfoundland family. And just know we are in this together and we can change this together. Together we are the change and we need to get people out to those polls because you know what? The Borg party, they're only looking out for each other and they're only committing election fraud against each other. They don't expect us independents to come out of nowhere and take this election. So we got to prove them wrong. We got to let them fight amongst each other while we come up from behind when they least expect us and take this over. All those 65 to 70% of people that don't show up and vote, this is your turn. This is your turn to show up and act. This is your turn to kick corruption out of the government. But you can only do that if you show up. And don't show up for the Borg. Show up for the independent that has your back. The independent whose job really truly depends on being your voice and doing what you say, not what the lobbyists say. So get out there, vote independent all the way, and know that Newfoundland Labrador is standing up. Thank you. Have a great day, guys. Hopefully, Chris is paying attention in the background, and he will play us out. Guys, love you. Thank you for joining us. We're cold and we're wet, and now we're gonna go get dry and get screeched in. Be an honorary Newfie. Bye, guys.